By virtue of the authority entrusted to me, I constitute this meeting a lawful congregation of the University of Venda.
Let's take our seats.
Chancellor of the University of Venda, Advocate Mujanku Gombe, former President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Khalima Mutlante and Ms. Gugu Mutlante, the Executive Mayor of the Vembe District Municipality, Councillor Nenguda, Mayor of the Tulamela Local Municipality, Councillor Sararambuda, the Chairperson of Council of University of Venda, Mr. Genius Licheta, our esteemed senior royal leadership that are here this morning, Botovele Kennedy Chivase, Nabotovele Masia, and Tumeni Masia, members of Council of the University of Venda, former Chairperson of Council of the University of Venda, Mr. Sirobi Maja and Mrs. Maja, former Deputy Chairperson of the University of Venda Council, Mr. Shumani Rabwanzo, the outgoing Deputy Vice Chancellor in Teaching and Learning, Professor Jan Crawford, Deputy Vice Chancellor Teaching and Learning, Professor Likalakala Mukhele, Deputy Vice Chancellor for Research and Postgraduate Studies, Professor Nosisi Feza, Deputy Vice Chancellor for Corporate Services, Dr. Robert Martin, University Registrar, Advocate Edward Nambani, University Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Potwe Krazia, Executive Dean of the Faculty of Management, Commerce and Law, Professor Barwaka Nyand, the Acting Executive Dean of the Faculty of Health Sciences, Professor Chilizi Murauzi, Executive Dean of the Faculty of Humanities, Social Science and Education, Professor Bongani Vantwini. Executive Dean of the Faculty of Science, Engineering and Agriculture, Professor Natasha Puthkita. The President of the Convocation of the University of Venda, Mr. Sylvester Mutadi. Director of Student Affairs, Mr. Azudobi Mukeli. The former Principal and the CEO of the Capricorn TVET College, Pastor Korombi Ronald Magia. The former Deputy Vice Chancellor for Research and Academic Affairs at the University of Limpopo, Professor Mbuzeni Sibara. Esteemed religious leaders that are here, members of the University of Venda Management Senior Committee, academic and administrative staff, sponsors of awards of our best performing students, media practitioners, invited guests, students, parents, and graduates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Machero, Aushe, Tobela, Molwe, Sanbonan. On behalf of the University of Venda Chancellor, Advocate Mujanku Gumbi, and Senate, it is my greatest pleasure to welcome you all to the 2023 Spring Graduation Ceremony of the University of Venda. I wish to extend my words of welcome to the former President of the Republic, Mr. Halima Mutlante and Ms. Gugu Mutlante, and I'm also delighted to announce that at this graduation ceremony, an honorary doctoral degree in administration from the University of Venda will be conferred to the former President of the Republic of South Africa and the former Chancellor of the University of Venda, Mr. Halima Mutlante, for his distinguished, significant, outstanding leadership to our society, both in South Africa and elsewhere. Madam Chancellor, today is the day of celebration and a day of reflection and a day of anticipation. We gather here to mark the culmination of years of hard work, dedication, and perseverance. Graduation ceremonies marks the beginning of a new chapter for our graduates and signifies not only the completion of the rigorous academic journey, but also the beginning of a new phase that is filled with opportunities, challenges, and endless possibilities. Today we gather here not only to celebrate your achievements, but also to reflect on the transformative power of education. Education has been long regarded as the cornerstone of progress and also a beacon of hope for a brighter future. It is a journey that opens minds, broadens horizons, and nurtures the seeds of innovation and critical thinking. Your time here at the University of Venda has been an investment in your intellectual development, and it is an investment that will continue to pay dividends throughout your lives. However, seated here, let me remind you as graduates that your education does not end here. In fact, today marks the beginning of a lifelong commitment to learning. The world you're about to enter is ever evolving and is characterized by constant change and uncertainty. Your ability to learn, unlearn, and relearn will be the key to your achievements and also your success. But education is not just about for employment prospects. Education should also contribute to the overall development of a personality of an individual, and also an understanding that with knowledge comes huge responsibility. As graduates of University of Venda, you carry with you not only the academic excellence instilled in you, but also the responsibility to make a positive impact in your communities. The world we live in is interconnected and interdependent, and is confronted with serious challenges such as climate change, the burden of communicable diseases, high levels of poverty and unemployment, healthcare disparities and inequalities, and all of these challenges requires our collective action. As educated individuals, you have the power to be catalysts of change in our communities. Your talents and skills and experiences should assist in driving the innovation and create the solutions that will benefit our communities. As you move forward, remember that you are not alone in this journey. You are part of a vast and supportive network of fellow alumni, faculties, and mentors who believe in your potential. Stay connected and seek guidance when needed, and never underestimate the power of collaboration. As a key university vendor stakeholder, allow me to share with you briefly some of the recent success stories of the university. The University of Venda has, for the past 4 decades, been a beacon of hope, a place where dreams take flight, a place where futures are shaped. The University of Venda stands tall as a testament to the power of education to transform lives and empower individuals to make positive impact in societies. The University of Venda is located within the UNESCO Vembe Biosphere Reserve with a unique rich biodiversity which offers the university a remarkable advantage to leverage the region's unique environmental context. This strategic position presents enormous opportunities for the university, working with the different stakeholders to position its efforts to address pressing social needs and also environmental challenges. Our positioning statement for our current strategic plan envision the University of Venda that has impact and relevant as an institution of higher learning. It implies that the university should not only focus on the academic excellence, but also should aim to be relevant and responsive to the needs and challenges of the communities around it. Our view of the university is that universities must become catalysts for building inclusive societies, and that they should play their role as anchor institutions for economic and social development wherever they are located. Key to these multifaceted collaborations involve our municipalities, private businesses, grassroots organizations, traditional councils, civic organizations, government departments, and international partners and other entities to amplify the impact and the reach of the university. As one of the comprehensive universities in South Africa, the University of Venda continually strives to deliver teaching, research, and community engagement of the highest quality for our citizens. The University of Venda topped the list among the comprehensive universities in South Africa with the highest student headcount enrollment in the faculties of science, mathematics, and health sciences, with about 45%. And about 35% of our students is enrolled in the Faculty of Humanities, Social Science, and Education, and while 20% is enrolled in the Faculty of Management, Commerce, and Law. Our ministerial target for academic staff with PhDs in 2022 was 40%, and currently 44% of our academic staff have PhDs. Over the past few years, the University of Venda has seen substantial increase in its research output. Our student output rate and also student graduation rate are well within the national average norms in the higher education sector. We continue to provide best education and produce graduates that are capable to compete with their peers both locally and internationally. The University of Venda contributes enormously to the socio-economic development, not only of this province, but to the entire country by producing well-rounded graduates. Many of our graduates moved to occupy strategic leadership positions in both private and public sectors in the country and also outside of our borders. In 2022, the University of Venda was ranked as number 15 of the best universities in South Africa by Times Higher Education World University Rankings. And recently, in July 2023, the Times Higher Education Sub-Saharan Africa report ranked the University of Venda as number 11 out of 88 institutions of the best universities in the Sub-Saharan Africa. The Times Higher Education Sub-Saharan Africa ranking measures the university's performance across the following areas: teaching, research, knowledge transfer, and also international outlook. This recognition is a testament to the hard work and commitment of our university staff and our students. Madam Chancellor, at this spring 2023 graduation ceremony, a total of 516 graduates will receive their certificates, diplomas, and degrees. Of this total number, 79 graduates will receive their honors degrees. 84 will receive their master's degrees, and while 34 will receive their doctoral degrees. About 60% of graduates that are seated here this morning, they are females, while 40% are males. Thank you. And among those who will be conferred with their doctoral degrees is Ms. Tendo Makado, who was the winner of the 2023 South African Women's Science Award under the category of the DSI Ndoni Mkhunu Doctoral Fellowship. Ms. Makado is a junior lecturer from the Department of Advanced Nursing Science, and she will be graduating with a PhD in nursing. I'm equally pleased, yes, we can clap. I'm equally pleased to note that Ms. Ranganani Mbezi and Ms. Sana Teboho Matloha, who are staff members in the Faculty of Management, Commerce and Law, will also graduate with their PhD in administration. Further, two staff members from both the Faculty of Management, Commerce and Law, Mr. Ndibuzanyi Emmanuel Masindi and Mr. Kamusi Ramudingane, will graduate with a master's degree. On the same note, we are pleased by the achievements by one of the University of Venda alumni who is currently working at the Agricultural Produce Agents Council in Gauteng, Ms. Kodani Madura, who will also graduate with a master's degree in agricultural economics. Ms. Madura was recently granted an opportunity to travel to Switzerland to represent the University of Venda at an international symposium, which brought together thought leaders, decision makers, and young talents around the world to discuss pressing economic, political, and social issues. She was also an invited guest speaker at the event hosted by the Department of Agriculture, Economics, and Agribusiness in the Faculty of Science, Engineering, and Agriculture at the University of Venda. Among those who will also receive their bachelor's degrees is the former Secretary General of the University of Venda SRC, Mr. Junian Tokozo Magagula, who will receive his LLB degree at this ceremony. Well done to you, Junior. Madam Chancellor, this spring graduation ceremony marks a colossal transition in the University of Venda executive management structure, as we will be bidding farewell to the two of the most distinguished leaders of our university, the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Teaching and Learning, Professor Jan Crawford, and also Advocate Edward Rambani, the Registrar. Prof. Crawford served the University of Venda in different capacities as a senior lecturer, associate professor, dean and deputy vice chancellor academic for 23 years. Prof. Crawford's exceptional leadership qualities has inspired us in so many ways. On behalf of the University of Venda management and university at large, allow me to express our sincerest gratitude for all your contributions in helping the University of Venda to realize its goal of creating future leaders. You have been a great colleague. Your collegiality, dedication, commitment will be sorely missed. You are indeed leaving the University of Venda better than you found it. On the same note, I convey my gratitude to the Registrar of the University of Venda. Advocate Lambani will also be retiring from his role by the end of February 2024. Advocate Lambani has been a pillar of strength and wisdom for our university. His unwavering commitment, dedication, and meticulous attention to detail and commitment to academic integrity have left an indelible mark on our university. Advocate Lambani's journey with the university started when enrolled for a law degree, which he completed in April 1988. He was later elected as the president of the University of Venda Convocation and subsequently served as a member of the University Council at that period. Advocate Lambani's professional career with the university started on the 1st of January 2014 when he was appointed as a Director for Legal Services and later as a University Registrar on the 1st of December 2020. Both Professor Crawford and Advocate Lambani performed their duties to the best of their abilities. Thank you for your excellent contributions to the success of the University of Venda. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. As I'm about to take my seat, allow me also to briefly reflect on a pressing matter that has gripped our community in recent weeks: the unprecedented violent protests that have shaken our communities. As management of this university, we fully understand that protest has been long a fundamental tool for expressing discontent and demanding change. However, the recent wave of destruction of public property has left us all deeply concerned. Our university policies and SRC constitution provides a platform for our students to voice their grievances and lobby for meaningful change and reforms through dialogue. The violence that we have witnessed in recent weeks is deeply troubling. Acts of vandalism and destruction of property and physical harm have disrupted our town and also instilled fear in our communities. It is important to remind ourselves that violence distracts from the core message of any protest. It shifts the focus away from the issues at hand and instead emphasizes the chaos and destruction. As management of the university, we condemn in strong terms the destruction of public property. Our students should be known for building, not for destroying. We should strive to build a society where dialogue, empathy, and justice prevail, where we can come together and create a better future for all. As I conclude, let me once again acknowledge the parents, guardians, lecturers, university support staff, as well as sponsors for the profound care and the support to our students during their stay here at the University of Venda. To our graduates, I welcome you all to join our University of Venda alumni community. Thank you and God bless.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to request you to confer the certificates and degrees that are reflected on the program to the candidates that the executive deans shall present to you.
By virtue of the authority entrusted to me, I confer the certificates and degrees.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to present to you the following qualifications: Bachelor of Arts, Bachelor of Arts in Development Studies, Bachelor of Arts in International Relations, Bachelor of Arts in Media Studies, Bachelor of Arts in Language Practice, Bachelor of Arts Youth in Development, Bachelor of Education Foundation Phase, Bachelor of Education Further Education and Training, Bachelor of Indigenous Knowledge Systems, and Bachelor of Social Work.
Matlane Riranzu Patience. Makasani Anzani. Nechituni Rochidwa. Lingwati Tandeka Remina. Mahubule Maekanye Maria. Mahosi Matlatse. Mweng Funiwe Tavisile. Mafungeni Ignorance Miriam. Muraudzi Ndivuo Kenneth. Ngoveni Ntlantla. Nkanedzeni Odaho Gevi. Piri Renford Mandilazi. Ramalepe Matlodi Rebecca. Makuba Rutendo. Stachane Mankere Lucy Natasha. Matava Humbrani Freeman. Mpatere Arwani. Mpepu ndi yapi? Ndwambi Manda Trevor. Nefuri Denga. Nemtanjela Gudani. Netili Takalani George. Rapunga Hakaki. Silubane Butlari Mayflower. Singo Kangwero. Singwani Mtokozisi Malcolm. Sitole Valentine Kongile. Chivase Wanga Hastings. Rasimpi Chilisanani. Makananise Patani. Mashala Mureli. Matevula Experience. Mola Clarity. Mudiva Conscious. Mudiva Peko Meg. Mukwebo Ifi Felicia. Murauzi Chifiwa Charity. Munyai Tompo Stanley. Murray Ngelekanyo Fulupelo. Mutabatsindi Funzo. Netengwe Anzani Norman. Mtileni Tlangelani Depsi. Mukhale Tom Muzi Prince. Nyati Tembi. Rambuda Muketwa.
Tebele Rishokwetsi Dizri. Bupape Mukhari Emily. Masango Ntlalala. Masimula Nonhlanhla Ella. Mukhasha Rakwena George. Mparasi Buchiro Precious. Ntabeni Karabo Solomon, Mukwebo Fulufero, Mutere Farero, Muraudzi Fulufero, Nechinzereni Nyambeni Innocentia, Nkosi Lindeka Trecia, Nokubekezela, Mashimji Nelly, Mushiane Uhone, Makhubele Tinyiko Cynthia, Makwala Matapa Rebecca, Marutla Hope Sikhoputi, Mukwena Masintle Michelle, Mundaramo Tompo Achi, Ndewe Wanga Shalom, Ravere Funzani Pauline, Sitole Ivy, Tangwana Tinawanga, Ubisi Langutani, Kosa Nesta Junisani, Maluleke Murendeni, Makhubelo Swina Yena Forget, Mukhoru Tshwarelo, Mulibana Zwabudi, Mukadako Mupinduro, Ketani Lutendo, Ndo Jimmy, hello baby, Phone. Look that side. Ndlovu Banele, Nchabeni Chipiwa Obed, Sikhala Mpo Mampolodi, Silapa Millicent. Makua Ridobona Rosista. Maubamrendeni Oscar. Hlungwani Manasi. Manda Hulisani. Mashimje Glenis Sikhwati. Mayoyo Anna.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to present the following qualification: Bachelor of Psychology, Bachelor of Science in Nutrition, Bachelor of Sports and Exercise Sciences. Khoa Tshepo. Mabunda Tsakisi Philip. Majiga Odelia Muketwa. Mangani Thaiseko Agreement. Muronga Helen. Nengovela Rinaye Lorraine. Ramulipo Awelani Judith.
Honorary, believe. Mukangwe, Ntabiseng, Ntabeleng. Mulauzi Puluso. Munyai Andani Felicia. Musecho Unarine Vital. Ubisi Makani Mamba. Ubisi Kanimamba. Kuneli Silda. Makwarela Mpo. Mashau Mulalo.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to present the following qualifications: Bachelor of Administration, Bachelor of Arts in Criminal Justice, Bachelor of Commerce in Accounting, Bachelor of Commerce in Business Information Systems, Bachelor of Commerce in Business Management, Bachelor of Commerce in Cost and Management Accounting, Bachelor of Commerce in Economics, Bachelor of Commerce in Human Resource Management, Bachelor of Commerce in Tourism Management, Bachelor of Commerce in Accounting Science, and Bachelor of Laws.
Makhado Pfano. Maswanganyi Basana. Nkuna Lebogang.
Mafaza Katuchero Millicent Judy. Magagula Sydney Mtedisi. Matongo Worship Lawrence. Mudau Cheza Salume. Ramatsui Nakedi Gilbert.
Ramova Ntakaseni.
Sinama Ronewa. Sividiga Mchidzi. What's your name? Eh? What's your name? Kapa Tsepo. Makuya Shudupazo Sheli. Mongalo Mishak Matlalo. Mudao Mulweni. Mufeki Tanaka Vanessa. Manda Mucha. Shirinda Thulan. Nechapala Zoitwa Colin. Ringani Singita. Ratemba Ulisani Rebecca. Ramulondi Patchez. Chaduri Tendan. Mutala Linki Mante. Mutwanamba Dembe.
Ramano Chanduka. Chikaoke Precious. I'm sorry.
Gumere Fortunate. Bogodo Arnold Donovan. Mogibi Imani Vudzani. Rama Ziela Tedza. Sibui Chikombelo. Bangani Lubuani. Ramulifo Kangeni Rita.
Kaku Tiko. Mabasa Bridget. Magagura Junior Tokozo. Maswanganyi Matimu Kavi. Matia Glenn. Mukabele Remember. Muniazi Mamuluko Clement. Mukwebo Roda Ntakadzeni. Mulauzi Mvelapanda. Musoliwa Maanda. Ndou Gracias. Nemabola Masana. Nevondo Brian Mazanga. Rampege Zivuya Prosper. Rasilaya Kiliboni Joseph. Tikatali Tinawanga.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to present the following qualifications to you. Bachelor of Environmental Sciences, Bachelor of Science, Bachelor of Earth Science in Hydrology and Water Resources, Bachelor of Earth Science in Mining and Environmental Geology, Bachelor of Science in Agriculture, Bachelor of Science in Agricultural and Biosystems Engineering, and Bachelor of Urban and Regional Planning.
Chauke Sandra. Rikotla Sarah Lijeka. Hola Shahid. Ketani Alwani Ali. Koza Chantal Luyanda. Machubeni Lennox. Madara Ronewa. Madava Wawudi the Great, Majara Aruani Vision, Malope Shimangaliso, Maluleka Maria Tumi, sorry. Mapilele Adivaho Winnie, Masemula Vanessa Mutlana, Mashele Shedrick, Masiturera Adaho, Matamera Nomsa, Mabungu Ribuani, Mabungu Buwabo, Mkavela Linda Martin, Mashamaite Kwena Tukulo, Mutopi Poleka, Mwawa Nompa Eprinia, Mudau Makazi, Mudau Mawungu Salome, Murauzi Charlotte, Mushiana Chifiwa, Nerushi Alin, Nemakanga Mpo, Netavani Chirizi Mishek, Nkanyane Ngotlolo Hemoin, Pita Mimi Precious, Piri Alina, Piri Furupero, Rapuru Muraga, Shai Edna, Shabangu Mivian, Chauke Kumuzo Queen, Chikuku Baronewa Lester, Chibura Tuani, Kobe Matumi, Likolwana Ntabiseng Megi, Mabada Mukona Zote, Magoba Zibuya, Matlangu Tetelo Edwin, Makungo Azindini Gracia, Malima Farero Gorgeous, Malima Mboniseni, Malindi Muchuchu Sagacious, Mapangwa Nchikiseni, Mashamba Ariederi Ntanganezeni, Masia Gwara Matamera, Mbezi Chirizi, Mburaheni Mashudu, Mnisi Tabile Happiness, Mutala Rineilwe Rejoice, face the camera, Muila Itumeleng Iris, face the camera, Murauzi Oripa Adelaide, Mutini Aposhia Khadi, camera, Mpungosi Lindokutle Bongemezi Pokwake, let's place the camera, Mudau Muano, Mufama de Mpo Phyllis, Mukwebo Mishumo Vanessa, Mukwebo Muraba Witness, Munyai Muketwa Remember, Munyangane Takarani Rufuno, Mutero Karendiwe, Ndou Tonipani Elizabeth, Ndou Sirerezo, Nedambare Taripani Edward, Neforobode Roribua Theodore, Neruonde Muraeza Olicia, Nemabora Maseo, Nemusura Muketwa, Nechitunguru Ndihone, Parandwa Ronewo, Nsundeni Mulaifa, Ralijiva Muorosi, Ramanara Chipiwa Helma, Ramatsive Ritavile Rilebohile, Rabuzuro Mashudu, Chauke Filmon, Karive Vusani, Kobe Nolifefe, Shondlani Tafi, Quinda Patichezo, Malatela Nkosikona Eugene, Mbi Maife, Murauzi Ndubo, Munyai Murenda, Mutata Puti Johanna, Nerukau Mwerechezi Andres, Nemabora Opani, Vamberani Posia, Kekana Mudikwa Abram, camera, Kavadi Adivao, Litswele Ntombifuti, Mabeba Kumutso Comfort, Makuba Takarani, Maluleke Mikateko Aida, Marubini Fani, Muloto Noko Jeanette, Mudau Mpo Priscilla, Mudimeri Dakaro, Murauzi Tipedimbiru, Mureru Rendani Priscilla, Munyai Nakisani, Musundwa Dakaro Petunia, Muchinya Mpo Justin, Nezamba Munei Constance, Neruonde Muzunga, Nechipepe Fano Lenton, Pilusa Maki Samuel, Ramurongo Ribadari, Tantiso Nomsa, Tangawerero Ribuani, Tivela Lucia, Chizumba Mamsonya Rebecca. Zulu Wendy Nontando. Siansipa Mwinde Frank. Mabibi Ruzani. Maluleke Ntwanamo Prosperity. Maziva Mashudu Cecilia. Malaja Tabelo Treshi. Mutwanamba Fariso. Ndou Comfort. Netononda Nompa.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to present to you the following qualification, a postgraduate certificate in education.
Mabasha Chirizi Daphne. Maluleke Tembi Navot. Masara Wuchiro Ashley. Mudaka Stembiso. Munyai Patocheze Poshia. Neura Uzi Kamusi Prudence. Ramurongo Rutendo Daniel. Rachitanga Dakaro Emmanuel. Sivisi Stella Shaisani. Temeri Ndicheni Lawrence.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to present to you the following qualifications. Bachelor of Arts, Honors in African Studies, Bachelor of Arts, Honors in Archaeology, Bachelor of Arts, Honors in English Language Teaching, Bachelor of Arts, Honors in Gender Studies, Bachelor of Arts, Honors in History, Bachelor of Arts, Honors in International Relations, Bachelor of Arts, Honors in Isiswati, Bachelor of Arts, Honors in Media Studies, Bachelor of Arts, Honors in Psychology, Bachelor of Arts, Honors in Chivenda, Bachelor of Arts, Honors in Chitonga, Bachelor of Education, Honors in Curriculum Studies, Bachelor of Education, Honors in Early Childhood Education, Bachelor of Education, Honors in Educational Management, Bachelor of Education, Honors in Guidance and Counseling, Bachelor of Education, Honors in Life Science Education, and Bachelor of Education, Honors in Physical Sciences Education.
Munyai Rodzani Richard. Maringa Peter Kombani. Mfuni Ntateni. Sibara Elfas. Ramudzuli Takarani. Mashavane Noktula Linet. Mavungu Ndivuo. Radzilani Kodani Zwiswa. Sikara Tuso Charity. Jombere Faresani. Motumango Carol Mureli. Mungurwa Morgan. Mapangwa Mpumudzeni Leonard. Makuvele Moses. Baloyo Komisani Cecilia. Maedza Mkove. Marupini Lazarus Tivuho. Matidza Gundo. Madaveni Mpo. Maluleke Oswell. Nechitava Ferrero. Nechivunguluru Maruta Phyllis. The degree is awarded with distinction. Muchinyaro Azianewi Arnold. Chauke Hlangano. Mukavela Kensani Kindness. The degree is also awarded with distinction. Bila Vutomi with distinction. Peteri Muchizi, the degree is also awarded with distinction. Ramudzuli Rendani, also with distinction. Se Buni Ntwanano Fiona. Singo Nomsa. Tovogi Furufezani. Govola Chirizi. Kangale Murendeni. Matize Tovezo. Nemavora Mpo Whitney. Ramurongo Pozo Terence. Tivani Zen. Maombe Anani.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to introduce the following qualification: Bachelor of Nursing, Honors in Education. In absentia.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to present the following qualifications: Bachelor of Arts Honors in Criminal Justice, Bachelor of Commerce Honors Information Systems, Bachelor of Commerce Honors Business Management, Bachelor of Commerce Honors Economics, Bachelor of Commerce Honors Tourism Management, and Bachelor of Public Administration Honors.
Malapela Thabo Samuel.
Makasela Collins Kongelan. Luvimbi Ndibuo. Mushapo Rosli. Ndo Ndaezo. Phalam Lukhadi. Gwenya Nomfundo.
Ngwenya Nomfundo, Intelligence. Mudau Maria Patuchedzo. Mudau Pinduro. Nevondo Muramuri Gloria. Chashungwa Muburawa.
Lumadi Dakalo. Good morning. Mutondwa Chinakao Leni. Nekuba Poppy.
Bonyane Fulupero. Sungwani Tumelo Humphrey. Pango Pango Zubuya. Chisikawe Ronewa.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to present the following qualifications to you: Bachelor of Arts, Honors in Rural Development, Bachelor of Environmental Sciences, Honors, and Bachelor of Science Honours.
Penemene Fano. Zita Haukelo Travis. Mabade Muneiwa. Mahada Furu Puani. Masindi Andisani Buchiro. Mengeni Catherine. Negukura Adibao. Nekabambe Tabero Cynthia. Nemasetoni Zabude. Razirani Rodibua. Rukeri Ifitesa. Mamba Leonard Muziwake. Netonje Machaka. Chirundu Kangwereni Jameson.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to present to you the following qualifications: Master of Arts, Master of Arts in African Studies, Master of Arts in English Language Studies, Master in Gender Studies, Master of Education, and Master of Social Work.
Shungwani Shangelani Sidwell. Title, Master of Arts in Psychology. Title, Lecturers and Student Perceptions of Decolonization at a selected rural university in Limpopo. Supervisor, Professor Mpapula. Co-supervisor, Dr. F.J. Takalani and Ms. F. Peters. Muope Manchi Florence, Master of Arts in Psychology. Title, Experiences of Intimate Partner Violence Amongst Women in a Non-Profit Organization in Blompeng Municipality, Limpopo Province. Supervisor, Dr. M. Mushauna, and co-supervisor, Ms. B. Koko. Mawina Nyambeni Joyce, Master of Arts in Chivenda. Title, Senguluso Yamasiandaitwa Dani Amachila Lisano Kaunwelele Kachivenda Kalisela Lazindi. Supervisor, Dr. M.R. Raparalani. Co-supervisor, Dr. I.S.I. Chikota. Siaga Patuani Grace, Master of Arts in Chivenda, title Todisiso Yausalo Ndwa Avananga Vakotsi Navasandaitwa Ahone Zvinezva Vonala Kangani Mbili Vushwa Oshwandulela Maua 1997 Natonga Ipfi Ndovada Demana 2015 Supervisor Dr. T.D. Raparalani, Co-Supervisor Dr. N.C. Nechisauro. Tivafuni Takalani Jane, Master of Arts in English Language Teaching, title Investigating Past Tense Errors committed by Grade 10 English First Additional Language learners in Tsinane Seket, Vembe District. Supervisor Professor M.N. Lambani, Co-Supervisor Mr. V.T. Buma. Zita Innocent, Master of Arts, English Language Teaching, title, Register Competence in Academic Writing, a case study of third-level English students at the University of Venda, Limpopo Province. Supervisor, Professor Lambani M.N., Co-Supervisor, Mr. Vuma V.T. Makaulile Mpateleni, Master of Arts in African Studies, title, The Indigenous Use of Luranga by the Venda Communities of Vembe District, Limpopo Province. Supervisor, Professor Advocate Machidze P.E., Co-Supervisor, Professor V.O. Nechandama. Ligege Muchidze, Master of Arts in English Language Studies, title, Investigating the Use of Conjunctions in Essay Writing by Selected Second-Level Non-Native English Students at a South African university. Supervisor, Professor M.N. Lambani, Co-Supervisor, Mr. F.T. Nepawe, and Dr. N.V. Demana. Nkaga Elewani Veronica, Master of Education, title, Grade 6 Teachers' Perceptions Towards Text tense in English as a second language in Vembe East District of Limpopo. Supervisor, Dr. S.K. Mutambi, Co-Supervisor, Dr. S.J.M. Kayero. Congratulations. Sombane Diana Esna, Masters in Educational Management. The topic reads, Factors contributing to poor reading and writing skills among Grade 4 English First Additional Language learners in Lehen Letawa Seket. Supervisor, Dr. S.L. Chikota, Course Supervisor, Dr. M.P. Chisikawe. Sikita Sirelezo, Master of Social Work, title, Assessment of Social Work Services towards addressing barriers to learning in public schools in Sibasa Circuit, Vembe District. Supervisor, Dr. M.A. Mabasa, Course Supervisor, Dr. M.M. Mamaleka.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to present the following qualification: Master of Public Health, Master of Nursing.
Master of Public Health, Matava Arwani. Mkandla Maivongwe Mkalapi Abel. Nemadandira Ndumeli Swaniki. Ramusirei Furufezani Innocentia. Sepuma Ana Chipiwa. Master of Nursing, Rangoro Aiferi. The topic, factors contributing to human dog bite in the Kaku Madara local area in the Tulamela sub-district of Vembe District, Limpopo Province. Supervisor, Dr. Ruari Matiar and Dr. Ralepaswa NS as a co-supervisor.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to present the following qualifications: Master in Public Management, Master of Laws in Human Rights, Masters of Commerce, and Masters of Laws.
Kone Tabero Sandra. Mugibi Mnyaziwa. Shibura Tandi Catherine.
Masindi Ndibuzanyi Emmanuel.
Maligudu Mashudu, Master of Commerce. Topic, a framework to investigate business intelligence and collaborative visual analytics for decision support in disaster risk management in South Africa. Supervisor, Professor Ochara and Ms. Patala.
Okay, Masters in Business Management, Mangena Mukhadi Lucy. Supervisor, Dr. Nkondo LG and Dr. Nemushungwa A. Masters of Commerce in Economics, Matebu Larito Soni. Supervisors, Dr. M.A. Dakume and Mr. A.R. Kangare, with the topic, the impact of foreign direct investment on economic growth in South Africa.
Mudzusi Takalani Nancy. Title, Good Governance in Provision of Municipal Services, a case of Bembe District Municipality. Supervisor, Dr. P.H. Munjezi, and Co-Supervisor, Dr. E. Maole. Ndwamai Regional Dimraro, factors that influence the utilization of high-performance computing systems at the selected higher education institutions. Supervisor, Professor H. Ngirande, and Co-Supervisor, Professor R. Shambara.
Masters in Business Management with the topic, the role of banks on small, medium, and small enterprises development in Vembe District. Supervisors, Dr. T.R. Nechilinganeza and Dr. L.G. Nkondo. Masters of Commerce in Economics with a distinction. Mukhadi Grace. Supervisors, Professor G. Davleya and Co-Supervisor Dr. M.A. Dagume. Congratulations. Masters of Commerce in Economics with the topic, the relationship between education, expenditure, and economic growth in South Africa. Supervisor Dr. A. Nemushungwa and Co-Supervisor Dr. A. Dagume. Congratulations.
Situna Pelo Samuel, title, The Effect of Coalition Government in Municipal Service Delivery in the City of Tshwane. Supervisor Dr. P.H. Munjezi and Co-Supervisor Professor M.J. Mafunith.
Mugabe James Chapangara, Masters of Law, Distinction. Title, Balancing Indigenous Community Rights and Intellectual Property Rights in the Protection of Genetic Resources and Associated Traditional Knowledge in South Africa. Supervisor, Professor L. Njovu, Co-Supervisors, Dr. D. Oriakoba. Mutabatsindi Furupero, Masters of Law. Title, Regulations of Religious Groups in South Africa and International Human Rights Standards. Supervisor, Professor Lubale, EC. Co-Supervisor, Ms. Mukwena, UCA. Sipalali Vulezani, Masters of Laws, title, A Critical Analysis of the Role of the Judiciary in the Development of Customary Law in South Africa. Supervisor, Advocate Tlaku Choma, co-supervisors, Ms. Z.B.M. Mupai and Professor E.C. Lubale.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to present to you the following qualifications. Master of Arts in Rural Development, Master of Earth Sciences, Master of Earth Science in Hydrology and Water Resources, Master of Earth Science in Mining and Environmental Geology, Master of Environmental Sciences, Master of Environmental Sciences in Ecology and Resource Management, Master of Science in Agriculture, and Master of Urban and Regional Planning.
Master of Arts in Rural Development, title of the study, Evaluation of Water Governance Systems for Improved Operation of Selected Smallholder Irrigation Schemes in Jarere Area, South Africa. Supervisor, Dr. M.A. Mataudula, co-supervisors, Dr. E.J. Wendera, Clovia Consulting Services. Nepawe Ndiboniswani, Master of Arts in Rural Development. The title of the study, The Role of Indigenous Knowledge Systems on Cattle Production in Water-Stressed Resource Limited Households in Musina Municipality, Limpopo Province. Supervisor, Professor M. Manjoro. Co-supervisors, Professor M. Chimonyo and Professor J. Zwaringwe. Kangare Kutazo, Master of Earth Sciences, Dynamical Processes in the Evolution of Cut-off Laws over South Africa. Supervisor, Dr. F.I. Matiba from the University of Limpopo. Co-supervisors, Professor T. Ndarana from the University of Pretoria and Professor H. Chikori from the University of Limpopo. Ketani Muditambi Brownie, Master of Earth Sciences. The title of the study, A Method of Minimizing the Proliferation of Algae Cyanobacteria Species in Clay Bricks. Supervisor, Professor J.R. Gumbo. Co-supervisors, Dr. E. Mtlongo. Matule Patuchezo, Master of Earth Sciences. The impact of dam construction on downstream water resources, a case study of Nandoni Dam in Ruvubu, Quaternary Catchment, A91F, Northeastern South Africa. The supervisor, Dr. F.I. Matiba, NRF, and the co-supervisor, Dr. P.A. Ramudipo from UNISA. Rampabana Ketani Tom, Master of Earth Science, lithostrategic graphic and geochemical characterization of waterback coal field implications in acid mine drainage. Supervisor, Dr. H.R. Mundaramo, co-supervisor, Professor J.S. Ogola. Vere Ribuani, Master of Earth Science, Water Quality Assessment of Rooftop Harvested Rainwater and its potential use in Wembe District Municipality. Supervisor, Professor J.N. Edokpai, co-supervisor, Dr. E. Oboma Jaswa from WHRC. Ikome Julie Enanga, Master of Earth Science in Hydrology and Water Resources of Earth Science. The title, Removal of Cadmium-2 Ions from Aqueous Solution Using Zebediela Kaolin, Limpopo Province, South Africa. Supervisor, Professor L. Diko and Dr. N. Bukalo. Maram Mtuzeleli Kenneth, Master of Earth Science in Mining and Environmental Geology. The title of the study, Heavy Metal Contamination and Potential Health Risk from Soils Around a Stone Quarry in Sanin, South Africa. The supervisor, Prof. L. Diko Makia. Mukwebo Shudupazo Godlive, Master of Earth Science in Hydrology and Water Resources of Water Resources of Earth Science. This is with distinction. The title of the study is Modeling Impacts of Climate Change on Hydrology of La Tonyanda River Quaternary Catchment, Limpopo Province, South Africa. The supervisor, Professor R. Makungo. Co-supervisors, Mr. T.R. Nkuna. Shivambu Tiwanari Hilton, Master of Earth Science in Hydrology and Water Resources of Science. The candidate is graduating with distinction. The title of this study, Assessment of Potential Temporal Impacts of Land Use Activities on Water Quality of the Livubu River Catchment in South Africa. Supervisor is Prof. J.N. Edokpai, co-supervisor Dr. D.M. Kaila from Duquesne University. He thought I was struggling with reading this. Madironga Rosani Chelot, Master of Earth Science in Mining and Environmental Geology. Title of this study, Development of Framework for Streamlining Prospecting and Mining Right Application Process in South Africa. Supervisor, Professor F. Da Costa. Co-supervisor, Dr. S. E. Mtlongo. Masindi Masara Theron, Master of Earth Science in Mining and Environmental Geology. The candidate is graduating with distinction. The title of the project is the Analysis of Water Accidents Data, a case study of the South African mining industry. Supervisor, Professor F. Da Costa, co-supervisor, Dr. S. E. Mtlongo. Mpanama Tangeni, Master of Earth Science in Mining and Environmental Geology. The title of this study, Coal Occurrence and Quality at Mushite Area, South Banksberg Coal, South Africa. The supervisor is Dr. H.R. Mundaramo, co-supervisor Professor J.S. Ogola. Shavani Cheza, Master of Earth Science in Mining and Environmental Geology. The candidate is graduating with distinction. The title of this study, Distribution and Dispersion of Metals and Their Economic Potential, a case study of the Fumani tailings dams, Limpopo Province, South Africa. The supervisor, Professor J.S. Ogola, co-supervisor, Dr. H.R. Mundaramo. Bongwe Bungoho, Master of Environmental Sciences. The title of the study, Comparison of Spatial and Spectral Properties of Landsat 8 and Sentinel-2 data for mapping plant chlorophyll A, Supervisor Dr. O. Malatlela. Ramadolela Zwanga, Master of Environmental Sciences. The title of the study, a comparative study of sediments characteristics of Sand River and Njerere River in Limpopo Province, South Africa. The supervisor, Professor B.D.O. Odiambo, and co-supervisor is Dr. E. Kore. Mafumo Mulisa Nora, Master of Environmental Sciences in Ecology and Resource Management. The title of the study, Assessing the Impacts of Smallholder Farming Activities on Wetland Areas at Njerere Agricultural Hub in Makado Local Municipality, Vembe District in the Limpopo Province, South Africa. The supervisor, Dr. F. Murungweni, co-supervisor, Dr. O. Malatlela. Mitwane Butete Carol, Master of Environmental Sciences in Ecology and Resource Management. Title of the study, Perspectives on Wetland Cultural Ecosystem Services and Indigenous Wetland Management Practices in Limpopo Province of South Africa. Supervisor, Dr. L. Mugwedi, co-supervisors, Dr. F. Murungweni. Mawasa Nico Samuel, Master of Science in Chemistry. The title of the study is The Synthesis of Novel 6.8 Di-Substituted Chromone 2 Carboxylic Acid Derivatives and their Biological Evaluation as Potential Antimalarial Agents. The supervisor for the study is Professor I.D.I. Ramaite, co-supervisor Dr. N.T. Tavengwa. Malusela Tsundui, Master of Science in Chemistry. Title of the study, The Synthesis of Novel 6.8 Di-Substituted Chromone 3 Carboxamides and their Evaluation as Potential Anti-Tuberculosis Agents. The supervisor, Professor I.D.I. Ramaite, co-supervisor, Mr. L.R. Puka. Marandera Muraro Valencia, Master of Science in E-Science. The title of the study is Estimation of Global Solar Radiation Using Machine Learning Algorithms for Selected Weather Stations in the Vembe District Municipality. The supervisor for the study is Dr. T.S. Murauzi, co-supervisor Professor N.E. Maruta. Marore Tsirerezo, Master of Science in Microbiology. The title of the study is Cytotoxicity and Antimicrobacterial Activities of I'm not in the field. Sclerocarya, Biria, and Dedoni viscosca angistophilia against MTB strain. The supervisors are Professor A.N. Traore, Professor N. Potkiter, and Dr. Mavu Ngwane from Stellenbosch University. I'm a chemist by profession. You might have noticed. Yeah. So Mashamba Tanganezo Beverly, Master of Science in E-Science. The title of the study is Credit Card Fraud Detection Using a Boosted Random Forecast Algorithm. The supervisor for the study, Professor Professor W. Chagwiza, and the supervisor is Professor W. Garira. Matebula Doris, Master of Science in Microbiology. The candidate is graduating with distinction. The title of the study, Assessment of Knowledge, Attitude, and Practices of Small Household Farmers Towards Heart, Water Disease and Molecular Characterization of Prof. Potkitar will help me. Alicia Ruminantium in Limpopo Province, South Africa. Supervisor, Professor Sami. Co-supervisor, Dr. Sigidi. Mbezi Dakaro Terence, Master of Science in Biochemistry. The candidate is graduating with distinction. The title of the study, Development of Liquid Chromatography, Mass Spectrometry Technique for Evaluation and Differentiation of Plant-Derived Isomers. The supervisor, Professor N.E. Madara, co-supervisor, Dr. Matomu, and Dr. Mtlongo from the University of Johannesburg. Mutine Matsoene Violet, Master of Science in Microbiology. The title of the study, Investigating the Therapeutic Effects of Silver and Gold Nanoparticles kept with selected medicinal plants against tuberculosis. Supervisor, Professor A.N. Traore. Co-supervisors, Professor N. Potkitar, and second co-supervisor, Dr. V. Mavumengwane from the Stellenbosch University. Mukiti Aruani Godfrey, Master of Science in Botany. The title of the study is Monitoring the Phenology of Securidaka longipendulata in the Niels Valley Nature Reserve, Limpopo Province, South Africa. The supervisor for the work is Mr. Haji Ligaba Mberengwa, co-supervised by Dr. K. Magwede. Murida Tarukanyo Whitney, Master of Science in Physics. The candidate is walking the stage with a distinction. The title of the study, Comparison and Evaluation of Empirical and Machine Learning Models in Estimating Global Solar Radiation in Limpopo Province. Supervisor, Dr. T.S. Murauzi. Co-supervisors, Professor N.E. Maruta and Mr. N. Mpepu. Musecho Patuchezo Pechunia, Master of Science in Microbiology. The title of the study, Determination of the Impact of Antiretroviral Therapy in the Proportion and Generic Diversity of Diarrheal-Associated Gut Microbiota among HIV-infected population. The supervisor for this study is Dr. L.G. Mabandu Ramarumo, co-supervised by Professor P.O. Bisong. Raedani Chimangazo Jeanette, Master of Science in Microbiology. The title of the study, Microbial Analysis of Street Vended Ready-to-Eat Meat around Toyandao area, Vembe District, Limpopo Province, RSA. The supervisor is Dr. E. Musie and co-supervised by Professor A.N. Traore. Ramaburana Mpo, Master of Science in Chemistry. The title of the study, Evaluating the Potential of the Membrane Technology for Copper Recovery from Effluents and Water-Generated Copper Mines and Processing Facilities in South Africa. Supervisor for the work is Professor I.D.I. Ramaite, and co-supervisor Dr. O. Bako from Mintech. Tlatswayo Cypriel Mfundo, Master of Science in Agriculture. The title of this study, Effect of Water Stress and Soil Texture on Growth, Yield, and Quality Attributes of Potatoes. Solanum Tubasam L. Supervisor is Dr. J. Mzezewa. Co-supervisors, Dr. J.O. Odiambo. Madura Kodani, Master of Science in Agriculture. The title of the study, Analysis of the Impact of COVID-19 Pandemic on Smallholder Broiler Producers in Wembe District Municipality of Limpopo Province in South Africa. The supervisor for the work is Professor I.B. Oluwatayo, co-supervisor Dr. M. Chikororo. Makarameja Murungwa, Master of Science in Agriculture. The title of the study, The Effect of Strain and Skip a Day Technique on Growth Performance and Carcass Characteristics of Broiler Chickens. Supervisor Dr. E. Bebe, co-supervisor Dr. A. J. Nechipare. Matiza Takarani Loretta, Master of Science in Agriculture. The title of the study, Investigations of Various Agro-Waste Found in Wembe District as Substrates for Cultivation of Oyster Mushrooms. They've listed their names. Supervisors, Professor G.R.M. Chau, and co-supervisor, Professor P.O. Adesoye. Mwalamedi Masichawa, Master of Science in Agriculture. The title of this study, Evaluation of Aloe vera and Ginger as Phytogenetic Supplements for Broilers, supervised by Professor F. Fushai and co-supervised by Dr. A.J. Nechipare. Muholola Kuto Catherine, Master of Science in Agriculture. Title of the study, The Effect of Avocado Oil Inclusion in the Trees-Based Extender on the Quality of Boer Goat Semen Stored at different temperatures. Supervisor, Dr. M.S. Mikasi. Co-supervisor, Dr. A.J. Nechipare and Dr. A.M. Rasuona. Mulauzi Ntakazeni Rose, Master of Science in Agriculture. The candidate is graduating with distinction. The title of the work is Using Genotypic Diversity to Enhance Climate Resilience of Peanut Cropping in Limpopo Province. Supervisor, Dr. Professor J.O. Odiambo, co-supervised by Dr. Mujika from the University of Göttingen. Mulaya Tibadichi Thomas, Master of Science in Agriculture. The topic of the study, performance of rows 308 broilers on maize sprouted cowpea grower finisher diets fortified with black soldier fly. The supervisor, Professor F. Fuchai, Co-Supervisor Dr. E. Bebe. Nema Mbeni Petani Muope, Master of Science in Agriculture. Title of the project, Selection of Efficient Indigenous Rhizobia Inoculants for Production of Selected Tropical Legumes in Limpopo Province, South Africa. The supervisor for the work is Professor E.T. Guata, co-supervisors Ms. F.L. Palane from ARC and Ms. T.M. Maposa. Netiri Tuso, Master of Science in Agriculture. The title of the work, Effects of Dietary Prickly Pea Seed Cake Meal Inclusion in Maize Cowpea Diet on ROS 308 Broiler Performance and Carcass Characteristics. Supervisor Dr. F. Fushai, co-supervisor Dr. A.J. Nechipare. Ramenu Kutazo, Master of Science in Agriculture. The title of the work, The Effect of Various Selected Shade Nets on Field Grow Bush Tea's Physiochemical and Antioxidant Properties. The supervisor for the work is Professor G.R.A. Mchau. Co-supervisors, Ms. M.L. Rampinwa, I believe she's a doctor now, and Mr. M.E. Mashau. Ramukanda Murisa, Master of Science in Agriculture. The title of the work, Effects of Molasses Enhanced Fermentation and Exogenous Enzymes on Nutritive Value of Castor Bean Oil Cake for Growing Pigs. The supervisor for the work, Professor F. Fushai, co-supervisor Dr. A.J. Nechipare. Tava Ribotile Sophie, Master of Science in Agriculture. The title of the work is Evaluating the Effect of Intercropping Maize with Different lab cultivators on yield, soil water content, and soil nitrogen in dry environments of Limpopo Province using ASSIM model. The supervisor for the work, Professor J.O. Odiambo, and co-supervised by Dr. Mujika. Chilonga Mushe Moses, Master of Science in Agriculture. The title of the work is Conservation, Agriculture, and Slope Position Effect on Selected Physical Properties of a Vertisol at Chilubi in Limpopo Province. The supervisor is Dr. J. Mzezewa. Co-supervisor of the work is Professor J. Odiambo. Mawerewere Rutendo, Master of Urban and Regional Planning. The candidate is graduating with distinction. Wait. The title of the work is Application of Smart Value Chain Logistics for the small medium brick manufacturing enterprises in Thohoyandou town of South Africa. The supervisor for the work is Professor J. Chakwizira. Rachiringana Mudanalo Marilyn, Master of Urban and Regional Planning. The title of the work, An Urban Planning Perspective on the Readiness of Thohoyandou CBD public spaces in dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic. This was a case study of the Thohoyandou CBD. Supervisor for the work, Mr. Tendai Gondo.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to present to you the following qualifications: Doctor of Philosophy, Doctor of Philosophy in African Studies, Doctor of Arts and Social Sciences, Doctor of Gender Studies, and Doctor of Education.
Makado Mashudu Peter, Doctor of Philosophy in Chivenda. The title is Tsenguluso ya kutaluchezerwa kama zina mapambya katalusa maipfi za nyambo mbili za Chivenda na chiisimani zoto utopolwaho. Supervisor Dr. M. Mathabi, Co-Supervisor Dr. S.L. Chikota. The supervisor will read the citation.
Luambo ndi ndila ine bathu baishumisa musi bachidavizana. Arali mutu achitama uguda lumwe luambo, utea uwana thalusa maipfi ya nyambo mbili sa tsumbo. Mutu ane amba luambo lwa Chiisimane uri agude luambo lwa Chivenda, utea uwana thalusa maipfi ya nyambo mbili ya Chivenda na Chiisimane. Thalusa maipfi ndi buku ine ya dubekanya maipfi nga ndila ya chialfabete. Chimwe chipinga ya neana thaluchedzo zao. Usataluchedzwa ha madzina mapambya kha thalusa maipfi za Chivenda na Chiisimane nga ndila ifushaho. Ndichone chitutuedzi chihulu cha uri thodisiso iyi iitwe vhunga ndila ye madzina mapambya ayo atalutshedzwa ngayo zwichidisa khaedu kha vhashumisi vhadzo. Tshipikwa tshihulwane ndi uri hu wanale ndila dzifushaho dzine madzina mapambya anga talutshedzwa ngayo u itela u fusha ṱhoḓea dza vhashumisi vhadzo. Ṱhoḓisiso iyi yo vha ya lushaka lwa qualitative. Vho Makhado vho shumisa muṱumbulo wa nḓivho, purposive sampling, u nanga vhathu vha vhudziswa vhafhinduli vhadzheneli vhe vha kuvhanganya data u bva khavho vhane vha vha vhadededzi, vhaṅwali vha ṱhalusa maipfa, vhafhinduleli khathihi na vhoranyambo. Ho wanala uri hu vhe na ṱhalusa maipfi ya nyambo mbili dza luambo lwa Tshiisimane na luambo lwa Tshivenḓa dzi fushaho vhashumisi. Ṱhalusa maipfi dzi tea u sikwa kana u ṅwalwa nga vhathu vho gudelaho nahone hu na tshumisano na vhoranyambo, vhadededzi khathihi na miraḓo ya lushaka.
Misotlo Festus, Doctor of Philosophy, Northern Sotho. The title is An Analysis of the Role of Culture in the translation of Northern Sudu idiomatic expressions into English. The supervisor, Dr. M.J. Baloyi, co-supervisor, Dr. L.E. Mpasha. The supervisor will read the citation.
The study was triggered by the prevailing translation challenges attributed to cultural complexities between English and African languages. The study adopted the qualitative research method and anchored within North's functional theoretical framework and Gates' interpretive theory of cultures, constituting the blueprint for the collection and analysis of data. Guided by the history, cultural background, and etymology of the components of the Northern Sotho idiomatic expressions and their use in the socio-cultural setting, the qualitative study was carried out descriptively. The research findings revealed that the quality translation of Northern Sotho idiomatic expressions into English is impeded by overemphasis on language purism, socio-cultural setting, and respect for culture at the expense of language development initiatives. The findings contribute to advocacy, insight, and application of appropriate translation framework. To overcome these translation challenges, the researcher proposes a translation framework that ensures that the individual components of a Northern Sotho idiomatic expression are analyzed based on their functional translation and expressive meanings rather than restricted to their historical and cultural background.
Mufamadi Jane, Doctor of Philosophy in African Studies. Title, Socio-Cultural and Philosophical Importance of Rituals in Traditional Medicine, focus on HIV and AIDS treatment in the Bembe District, Limpopo Province. Supervisor, Professor V.O. Nechandama. Co-supervisors, Advocate Professor P.E. Machize and Professor P. Chiskawe. The supervisor will read the citation.
This study sought to examine the contested psycho-social and cultural health importance and philosophical stance of rituals followed by traditional health practitioners during the healing process. 16 indigenous healers in the Bembe District, Limpopo Province, were engaged in the knowledge acquisition process, which entailed participant observation of rituals during the healing process, from the time when the client enters the healer's homestead to when she leaves or he leaves. Findings confirmed that indigenous healers perceive rituals as the backbone of the healing process. There are no rituals specific for HIV and AIDS patients, as rituals are embedded and considered as the DNA of all aspects of healing for all disease and illness. Rituals give one purpose and an opportunity to reconnect with oneself, the family, the ancestors, and the community, bringing one to the center of who they are. Participation in the rituals prepared the environment, the ancestors, the client, and the healer, and fulfills not just the physical disease, but the socio-cultural and spiritual matters. The study highlights the need to contextualize the complex process of indigenous healing within the socio-cultural framework and argue for robust re-engagement during collaborative proposal and policy formulations.
Sibadela Muketoni Joyce, Doctor of Philosophy in African Studies. The title is Exploring the Preservation Methods of Ndayo by Bavenda People. A study of indigenous knowledge systems, Muketoni Joyce Sibadela explores the preservation methods of traditional indigenous knowledge practices used when people raise their children and to guide, teach, mold, and transmit norms and values to younger generations. Through Ndayo, indigenous knowledge holders aim to witness younger generation grow up and respect and disciplined. The study adopted a qualitative method which is exploratory in nature, and purposive sampling was used to select participants. Unstructured and participant observation interviews were adopted with data coded as themes. African indigenous knowledge systems has been under duress from Western ideologies, as it was seen as a barbaric way of doing things. The findings of the study showed that Ndayo is an ongoing process done throughout a child's development. Ndayo should be urgently preserved through the use of digitalization, libraries, websites, e-learning, and different platforms of social media. Traditional indigenous knowledge practices should be preserved so that younger generations will have access to the knowledge. All stakeholders should collaborate in order to promote the benefits of traditional indigenous knowledge practices. This study contributes by showing the value and importance of African indigenous systems that need to be preserved, shared, and promoted for the well-being of all Africans. The supervisor is Advocate P.E. Machize, and the co-supervisors are Prof. V. O. Nechandama and Professor E.K. Glu. Mario Maxwell, Doctor of Arts and Social Sciences. The title is The Correlation Between Music Aptitude and Mathematical Achievements of Students, a case study of 6 individual students from a high school in Johannesburg, South Africa. Supervisor, Professor M.G. Mapaya, co-supervisor, Prof. T.S. Mashau. The supervisor will read the citation.
Mario Maxwell Miller is a dedicated lifelong learner who has acquired 10 qualifications over the past 20 years, primarily in the field of music education. Mr. Miller possesses extreme experience in teaching, both locally and internationally. Today, he achieves the significant milestone of earning a PhD in Arts and Social Sciences. His research delves into the correlation between music aptitude and students' mathematical achievements. Employing mixed method research approaches, The study explores how students of varying ages, genders, levels of intelligence, and musical abilities respond to the advanced measures of music audiation, acronymed AMMA tests. The findings validate the hypothesis that music aptitude between music and mathematics and its implication for education. Moreover, the study addresses a critical gap in South African music education research. Lastly, it affirms the efficacy of Gordon's AMMA tool for measuring musical talents as it relates to mathematical achievements. Finally.
Muleya Abigail, Doctor of Gender Studies. The title is Representation of Female Academics in Senior Positions in Institutions of Higher Learning in South Africa, the case of a semi-metropolitan university in Limpopo Province. Supervisor Prof. T.D. Tobejane, Co-Supervisor Professor T.J. Mudau. The supervisor will read the citation.
Abigail Moleya conducted a study that focused on the representation of female academics in institutions of higher learning. Through the usage of a qualitative research design influenced by feminist paradigms of collecting and analyzing the data, such as positionality and intersectionality, she observed that female academics still experience a glass ceiling regarding promotions and appointments to senior positions. This was evidenced by the higher number of female academics who occupy the most senior positions in institutions of higher learning. Muleya borrows largely from the theoretical frameworks used in feminist studies to unravel what she calls the undying patriarchal stereotypes that continue to create a gender-based wedge between men and women. This wedge can still be felt and seen in all sectors of our society. The major results of the study unveiled that women continue to hold lower positions at work because of the promotion criteria, which do not articulate their experiences and roles as wives and mothers and the other pertinent and unique engagements they are involved in. Her thesis encourages universities to enforce a friendly environment that allows for gender parity rather than one that hinders women's personal, intellectual, and professional development. The community leaders and policymakers are also urged to work together in advocating for gender-inclusive policies and legislations that promote equal opportunities for women in all spheres of life, including in institutions of higher learning. Part of her study has been submitted for publication in a peer-reviewed journal that looks at gender marginalization and mainstreaming in our society. Thank you, Doctor.
Neruheni Ntateni Samson, Doctor of Education. The title is The Role of School Management Teams in Curriculum Management of the Intermediate Phase in Mopani West District, Limpopo Province. Supervisor, Professor T.S. Mashau. Co-supervisor, Dr. A.T. Nesengani. The co-supervisor will read the citation.
The aim of the study was to examine the function of school management team in the managing of intermediate phase curriculum in the Mopani district of Limpopo province. Guided by Hasley at Balaska, the study was underpinned by situational leadership theory. This study adopted an interpretive paradigm within the qualitative research approach. The total of 18 participants comprising of 6 school principals, 6 deputy principals, 6 departmental heads were purposefully selected in the study. The data was collected through observation, individual interview, and document analysis. The study's finding reveals that SMTs are responsible for the daily management of school affairs and implementing of departmental policy. Resources were identified as the most critical support structure, as curriculum management largely depends on the resource available in schools.
Nemutandani Nsandeni, Doctor of Education. The title is Strengthening the Performance of Progress Learners in Grade 12 at Bembe East District. The supervisor, Dr. A.T. Nesengani, co-supervisor, Professor T.S. Mashau. The supervisor will read the citation.
The study explore and investigate the intervention strategy that can be used to improve the performance of progressed learners in grade 12 in Vembe East District. The research methods that were used to collect the data were recorded interviews coupled with field notes, and the analysis of documents such as circulars about progress learners, minutes of the school management team, meetings, schedules, quarterly statistics of the results. The population of the study consisted of secondary school principals, members of SMT, grade 12 educators teaching progress learners, circuit managers, and curriculum advisors. The researcher used purposeful sampling to choose 3 secondary school principals to a high enrolled progress learners, 3 SMT members, that is each from 3 different circuits in Bembe East District, 3 curriculum advisors from different circuits, 6 educators from different circuits, and 3 circuit managers. The outcome of the study will assist school principal, school management team, circuit managers, curriculum advisors, and educators to develop, implement, and monitor the intervention strategy that can be used to improve the performance of progressed learners in grade 12 in South Africa, South African schools, and the entire world.
Madam Chancellor, I have an honor to present the following qualification. Doctor of Nursing, Doctor of Philosophy in Public Health.
Makado Langanani Christina, Doctor of Nursing, the title, Training Program for Elderly Women to Improve Reduction of Maternal Mortality in Limpopo Province, South Africa. Supervisor, Professor M.L. Nechikweta, Co-Supervisor, Dr. N.S. Ralipaswa, and Professor M. Maluleka. The supervisor will come and read the citation.
Today's graduation to Ranganani is indeed a great achievement and motivation to those in nursing career, as Ranganani started a nursing a nursing profession as an assistant nurse. Hence, in her thesis, as already indicated, she developed a training program for the elderly women based on ending preventable maternal death that remains at the top of the global health agenda. She employed an exploratory multi-method design to collect data among the elderly pregnant women and breastfeeding mothers from the selected health facilities in Limpopo Province. Ranganani's study findings revealed that the outcome of maternal based on cultural and traditional advice by elderly women influence delay for pregnant women for seeking early medical intervention, which unfortunately result in serious complications and fatalities that increased maternal mortality. Hence, her study developed a training program to improve skills, quality of care, and the reduction of maternal death. Her findings constitute an original and valuable contribution on the provision of proper care and the utilization of this important training program for the elderly women, since they are the first contact people by pregnant women within families, especially in the context of South Africa.
I now present Makado Tendo Gerti, the topic, Epilepsy Life Skills Education Guidelines for Primary Schools in Limpopo and Mpumalanga Provinces, South Africa. The promoter, Professor R.T. Livisi, co-promoter, Professor M.S. Mapute. The supervisor will come and read the citation.
In this thesis, Epilepsy Life Skill Education Guidelines for Primary School in Limpopo and Mpumalanga Provinces, South Africa, was done. Ms. Makado demonstrated the potential for mitigating epilepsy stigma by integrating epilepsy education into life skills for young learners. Using a multi-method approach, she developed a conceptual framework to enhance epilepsy education in primary schools. This framework formed the basis for developing and validating epilepsy life skill education guideline for primary school teachers and learners in both Limpopo and Mpumalanga provinces. By addressing this gap of research on educators, learners, and life skill advisors' perspective on integrating epilepsy education into primary education, especially in these provinces, the thesis makes a significant contribution. The research has profound educational implications, which are increasing awareness, understanding and acceptance of epilepsy among educators and learners. It also equips teachers to support learners living with epilepsy effectively, fostering an inclusive and supportive learning environment. The thesis enriches academia with 5 published peer-reviewed journal articles, advancing scholarly discourse in the field. Ms. Tendo Getty Makado's groundbreaking work in education and healthcare is already leaving a significant mark. Her thesis excellence and impact have earned her prestigious accolades, such as Best Runner-Up Oral Presenter, the recipient of 2023 South African Women in Science Advanced DSI Doni Mkunu Doctoral Fellowship. These achievements are a testament to her potential to make a lasting legacy in her field. And I'm happy to tell you, DVC, that she completed the degree within the residence period. Thank you.
I present Mocharini Selina, the topic, a model to support adult diabetes mellitus patients in self-care management at community health centers of Limpopo Province, South Africa. Promoter, Professor Ndin Ndo, co-promoters, Prof. D.U. Ramatuba and Professor K.G. Nechisaulo. The supervisor will come and read the citation.
In her thesis, Mrs. Mocharini developed a model to support adult diabetes mellitus patients in self-care management at the community health centers of Limpopo Province, South Africa. She employed a qualitative, exploratory, descriptive, and contextual designs. The study population included diabetic patients, professional nurses, and family members. A non-probability purposive sampling was used to select the community health centers, professional nurses, diabetes mellitus patients, and family members. The study findings revealed poor support of diabetic patients by family members and professional nurses in self-care management. The findings further showed poor self-care practice by diabetic patients, which is associated with patients' insufficient information regarding diabetic self-care. The findings also revealed a gap, which led the researcher to analyze the concept of effective support. The provision of blood glucose monitoring machines to diabetic patients by the Department of Health is highly recommended, as well as the reiteration of individualized diabetic education. Her findings constitute an original and valuable contribution to the provision of proper diabetic management and care. Congratulations, Doctor.
I now present Nelisani Magi, the title, strategies to enhance professional nurses' participation in continuing professional development at public hospitals of Limpopo Province. The promoter, Professor El Mercado, co-promoter, Dr. T.R. Lohalima. The supervisor will read the citation.
Yeah. In this thesis titled Enhancing Participation of Professional Nurses in Continuing Professional Development Programs in Public Hospital in Limpopo Province, Ms. Nyerisani conducted an extensive investigation into the engagement of professional nurses and CPD within the public hospitals. She employed a qualitative multi-method research approach which revealed several key findings. These findings encompass the motivations behind CPD participation, the significance of CPDs, challenges faced during CPD involvement, the role of nurse managers and human resource directorates managers, and the importance of aligning CPD policies to support professional nurses. Ms. Nyerisani made a significant scholarly contribution by developing a conceptual framework to improve CPD opportunities for professional nurses in Limpopo Province hospitals. This framework was the basis for crafting strategies to enhance professional nurses' participation in CPD programs, ultimately increasing their competence in delivering high-quality nursing care to patients and strengthening the hospital training initiatives. She has already published one article with 4 additional manuscripts currently being reviewed. Thank you.
I now present Zumboni Shamiso Alice, the title, A Growth Monitoring and Promotion Index to Improve Child Health in Umguza District in Zimbabwe. The promoter, Professor N.S. Mashau, co-promoter, Professor El Mercado. The supervisors will come and read the citation.
In a thesis entitled A Growth Monitoring and Promotion Index to improve child health in Umguza district in Zimbabwe, Shamiso employed a multi-phased mixed methods approach to combine 2 metrics of growth monitoring and promotion, which was never combined before. Community health workers' effectiveness, barriers and facilitators of growth monitoring and promotion among caregivers of children under 5 into 1 index. With this newly developed index, she significantly contributed to improved classification of growth monitoring and promotion and added to the current body of child health indices worldwide. It is envisioned that the new Growth Monitoring and Promotion Index will aid health practitioners in designing strategies to improve growth monitoring and promotion health to children based on a more accurate problem analysis. This work resulted in an output of 5 manuscripts, of which 3 have been published, while 2 are under review.
I now present Netavani Lillian. The title, Development of Strategies to Empower Women Against Intimate Partner Violence Occurrences in Bembe District. The supervisor, Professor T.G. Chitangano, and co-supervisor, Professor N.S. Mashao. The supervisor will come and read the citation.
Ms. Netavane Lillian's thesis entitled Development of Strategies to Empower Women Against Intimate Partner Violence Occurrences in Bembe District empirically demonstrates that despite having knowledge, victims of intimate partner violence did not use conventional strategies nor recommend them to other women, citing ineffective justice system, judgmental attitude of friends and relatives, fear to raise children alone as challenges experienced. Victims suggested economic empowerment, involvement of men in domestic work, standing up against men, and teaching men to love their partners as preferred strategies, which after validation were grouped into preventive strategies, community-based strategies, corrective strategies, and law enforcement, in short, PRECL. Thus, the developed PRECL strategies are a significant context-specific contribution to the most pressing gender-based violence problem in the Bembe District, South Africa. This study resulted in 3 manuscripts, 2 published articles in accredited journals, of which 1 is under review. Congratulations, Honorable.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to present to you the following qualification: Doctor of Administration and Doctor of Philosophy.
Doctor of Administration, Maemu Emmanuel. The topic, the impact of COVID-19 on the implementation of the National Development Plan 2030, a case of Bembe District Municipality. The supervisor, Dr. P.H. Munjezi, co-supervisor, Dr. N.E. Matebula. The citation, due to the significant harm of COVID-19 pandemic, which he has done in the economic and social landscape globally, Emmanuel Maemu evaluated its impact in South Africa, specifically the implementation of the National Development Plan 2030 at the Bembe District Municipality. This study, which employed a mixed method strategy, found that COVID-19 pandemic, together with its lockdowns, had major setbacks in as far as municipal financial budget implementation, adequate implementation of plans, employment reduction, and retrenchments. This study's contribution to the scholarship of public administration and management is the development of a framework which seeks to strengthen the implementation of NDP 2030 through the partnership between the municipalities and the private sector. The study's contribution will enhance public administration and management in developing agile plans to address future pandemics. I present to you 28-year-old Emmanuel Maemu. Doctor of Administration, Matloha Sana Tiboho. Topic, the role of public participation in the improvement of basic service delivery in the Vembe District, Limpopo Province. The supervisor, Dr. E. Mahole, and co-supervisor, Dr. M.M. Nekabambe. The supervisor will read the citation.
In a thesis entitled The Role of Public Participation in the Improvement of Basic Service Delivery in Vembe District Municipality, Limpopo, Ms. Matloha investigated how public participation can improve the delivery of basic services, focusing on the challenges of public participation and the strategies that can be used to improve basic service delivery in Vembe District Municipality. Using a mixed method approach through the findings, Ms. Matloha identified the factors that cause poor public participation in the municipality, which are lack of consultation, failure to disseminate information, failure to involve all municipal stakeholders, and not providing feedback and redress. And as such, she proposed a public participation model to assist Vembe District Municipality in improving the delivery of basic services informed by public participation.
Doctor of Administration, Mbezi Ranganani. The title, The Role of Code of Conduct in Enhancing Basic Service Delivery in Local Government, with specific reference to Mopani District Municipality. The supervisor, Dr. E. Mahole, and co-supervisor, Professor M.J. Mafunisa. The supervisor will read the citation.
In a thesis entitled The Role of Code of Conduct in Enhancing Basic Service Delivery in Local Government, with specific reference to Mopani District Municipality, Ms. Mbezi identified the significance of Code of Conduct in improving basic service delivery in South African municipalities. The study utilized a normative approach through which mixed method where qualitative and quantitative approaches were employed. Therefore, the study proposed an integrated model of a deontological theory to ensure that municipal staff members comply with the provisions of their codes of conduct in general and the Code of Conduct for Municipal Staff Members provided as Schedule 2 of the Local Government Municipal Systems Act 32 of 2000. The study recommends that for Code of Conduct to be effective, there should be consequence management. The study contributes to the body of knowledge of the discipline of local public administration by suggesting different mechanisms for making the Code of Conduct a living document.
Doctor of Philosophy in Business Management, awarded to Ranganani Patuchezo David. The topic, the influence of supply chain management systems on agricultural businesses in Vembe District of Limpopo Province. Supervisor, Dr. L.G. Nkondo. Co-supervisor, Professor D.R. Takat. The supervisor will read the citation.
in his thesis entitled The Influence of Supply Chain Management Systems on Agricultural Businesses in Univen District of Limpopo Province, he explored the influence of supply chain management systems on agricultural businesses in the study area. The study found that the influence of supply chain management system on agribusinesses are improved profitability, supply chain reliability, sustainable operations, and improved communication. The factors that were established to enable the success of these businesses were farmers' collaboration, quality product provision, proper packaging, and information sharing. The major interventions of the study were the strategies towards supporting agricultural businesses, which are farmers' engagement and consultation, government support, specialized agriculture, and consideration by major retailers or institutions. The main intervention of the study was the proposed Vembe Agri SCM's model that was developed to enhance the sustainability of agribusinesses. The study resulted in 3 manuscripts, 1 published, 1 accepted, and 1 under review. Congratulations.
Doctor of Philosophy in Business Management, awarded to Mikioni Anyway, title, A Structural Analysis of Black Tax Impact on Business Performance Among Small, Medium, Micro Enterprise in Limpopo Province. Supervisor, Dr. L.G. Nkondo, co-supervisor, Professor N. Nkuna. The supervisor will read the citation.
In any way, Mikioni's thesis entitled A Structural Analysis of Black Tax Impact on Business Performance Among Small, Medium, and Micro Enterprises in Limpopo Province, he structurally analyzed the impact of black tax on the performance of small, medium, and micro enterprises in the study area. The black tax impact on business performance was noted to be manifesting as boosting business image, strong network development, financial constraints, profit reduction, inventory depletion, stifled business growth, stimulation of borrowing and business closure or failure. He observed that black tax has an influence on business performance, both constructively and destructively. The black tax experiences were also noted to be cutting across all ethnic groups, heterogeneous experiences across races, more effect amongst blacks, homogeneous experiences across genders, and more effect amongst men. The major intervention of the study was the development of the proposed Mikioni black tax model, which is imperative towards SMME sustainability. Congratulations.
Doctor of Philosophy in Business Management, awarded to Vinyu Charles. Title of his study, The Impact of Corporate Entrepreneurship and Human Resource Management Practices on the Organizational Performance, the Mediating Role of Employee Engagement. Supervisor, Professor N. Chilia. Co-supervisor, Professor H. Ngirande. The supervisor will read the citation.
In this thesis, entitled The Impact of Corporate Entrepreneurship and Human Resource Management Practices on Organizational Performance, the mediating role of employee engagement, VNU designs a CHRM performance model, which links corporate entrepreneurship, human resource management practices, employee engagement, and organizational performance in the telecommunications sector in Zimbabwe. He makes a contribution to the Board of Knowledge in the field of corporate entrepreneurship, human resource management practices, employee engagement, and telecommunications organizational performance. Policymakers and human resource practitioners thus may use this model for adopting corporate entrepreneurship policies and human resource management practices aimed at enhancing organizational performance in this unpredictable business environment. He also makes a significant contribution by demonstrating the need to infuse employee engagement strategies aligned with the dominant entrepreneurial environment for the organization to achieve higher performance.
Doctor of Philosophy in Public Administration, awarded to Chavalala Basani Violet, title, The Functioning of Funded Community-Based Organizations in Rural Areas, a case study of Collins Chavane Local Municipality, Supervisor Dr. E. Mahole, and Co-Supervisor Professor N.W. Nkuna. The supervisor will read the citation.
In a thesis entitled The Functioning of Funded Community-Based Organization in Rural Areas, a case study of Collins Chabane Local Municipality, she investigated the functioning of funded community-based organization in rural areas using Collins Chabane Local Municipality as a case in point. The McClelland motivational theory was used, coupled with the need for achievement, power, and affiliation as a theoretical element to the functioning of the CBOs. It was found that community members do take full ownership for management of the CBOs, and the board members do command a fair knowledge in the day-to-day running those organizations. However, it was also found that young generation is not fully active in running the CBOs, and this poses a risk as knowledge and skills will not be shared for future functioning funded organization. The study recommends that the management of CBOs be fully operationalized to a dedicated team of qualified administrators. Community members should assume its oversight role to ensure accountability of the activities of CBOs. Consistent capacity building among board members should be ensured to sustain the CBOs. Finding of this study has contributed to the existing knowledge through the development of new insight on the management of CBOs in rural areas. Public awareness on services rendered by CBOs remain crucial in rural communities and ensure the realization of developmental aspirations.
Madam Chancellor, I have the honor to present to you the following qualifications: Doctor of Philosophy, Doctor of Philosophy in Geography, Doctor of Philosophy in Agriculture, and Doctor of Philosophy in Rural Development.
Muchekwa Tendo, Doctor of Philosophy in Environmental Sciences. The title of the thesis, Assessing the Effects of Macadamia Orchard Pesticides Input on Recipient Aquatic Ecosystems. The supervisor, Dr. T. Dalu, co-supervisor, Professor Vesamen from Rhodes University. The supervisor will read the citation. Or another co-supervisor that I missed, who is not included on the list, is Dr. L. Mogwedi from Univen.
In the thesis entitled Assessing the Effect of Macadamia Orchard Pesticide Inputs on Recipient Aquatic Ecosystem, a series of in situ and ex situ experiments were used to assess pesticide concentrations among macadamia orchards and communal area reservoirs using liquid chromatography tandem mass spectrometry, behavioral responses of Oreotrimus mosambicus exposed to commonly used macadamia pesticides and macadamia interfoliar leaf litter decomposition and mosquito colonization rates. Analysis of sediment pesticide within macadamia orchard reservoirs revealed high concentrations compared to communal area reservoirs. Oreochromis mosambicus demonstrated different on-site behavioral responses, that is, swimming erratically, surfacing, loss of equilibrium, and mortality. Macadamia leaf litter tended to decomposition, resulted in reduced mosquito abundances. Results indicate that macadamia orchard reservoirs are highly contaminated by pesticides and that these contaminants have implications for the ecological functioning of aquatic ecosystem. Congratulations.
Pindi Hama Glenn Kuziwa, Doctor of Philosophy in Environmental Sciences. The title of the thesis, Bioaccumulation of Microcysteines in Terrestrial Food Plants and the Development of Novel Sorbents to Monitor their Bioavailability in Irrigation Water. Supervisor, Professor W.M. Gitari, co-supervisor, Professor Msangati from UNISA. I will allow the supervisor to read the citation.
In this work by Mr. Pidihama, entitled Bioaccumulation of Microcysteines in Terrestrial Food Plants and the Development of Novel Sorbents to Monitor their Bioavailability in Irrigation Water, and the understanding of the uptake of microcysteines by food plants and impact of their stresses, such as metals and linear alkyl benzene sulfonates on irrigated crops and the local conditions, as was clarified. Mr. Pidihama in this work developed a novel chitosan-based sorbent for use in passive sampling of microcysteines in irrigation water. And in addition, this work for Mr. Pidihama has been published in DHT accredited journals. 4 articles have been published, and a popular article by Water Research Commission. And this work also formed a basis for our invitation into a NASA collaboration for biomonitoring of microcysteines in Western Cape. Congratulations.
Ramano Azwindini Isaac, Doctor of Philosophy in Geography. The title of the thesis, Prospects of Using the Tourism Industry to Advance Community Livelihoods in Musina Municipality, Limpopo Province in South Africa. The supervisor of the work is Dr. T.M. Nerwamondo, and co-supervisor Professor B.D.O. Odiambo from Technical University in Kenya. The departmental representative will read the citation.
In this thesis, entitled Prospect of Using Tourism Industry to Advance Community Livelihoods in Musina Municipality, Limpopo Province, South Africa, focus was on prospect of using tourism resources for the enhancement of community livelihood. The area is endowed with a wide diversity of tourism resources and has a potential to develop its own special tourism and competitive edge. The study adopted an exploratory research design which embraced both qualitative and quantitative approaches to expose the gaps that needs to be bridged for the achievement of tourism-based sustainable community livelihood. Multinomial logistic regression was used to model livelihood patterns. A generic framework for sustainable rural tourism development that can entice local communities was developed, and the result will assist government authorities in enhancement of community livelihood in rural and peripheral areas endowed with tourism-related resources. Congratulations.
Corey Edmore, Doctor of Philosophy in Geography. The title of the thesis, Analysis of Soil Erodibility and Rainfall Erosivity on the South Bansberg Range, Limpopo Province, South Africa. The supervisor, Professor B.D.O. Odiambo, co-supervisor, Professor H. Chikori, and another co-supervisor, Professor van der Heeven. Professor Edokpai will read the citation.
In this study entitled Analysis of Soil Erodibility and Rainfall Erosivity of the South Bansberg Range, Limpopo Province, South Africa, the focus was to establish factors that influence soil erosion in mountainous areas. The two most important factors which drive soil erosion, namely soil erodibility, which is the soil's ability to resist detachment, and rainfall erosivity. Rainfall energy that moves soil particles was studied. Geographic Information System, QGIS, and a variety of statistical tools are used to analyze the two aspects. Distinct to his research is the treatment of wind in rainfall erosion modeling, where aspects of wind-driven rain and wind-free rain were explored. The study demonstrated that the wind speed increases rainfall erosivity, especially in low rainfall areas, whereas soil erodibility is predominantly a factor of soil characteristics and land use. Congratulations.
Chandiwana Edna, Doctor of Philosophy in Statistics. The title of the work, Solar Power Forecasting Using Gaussian Process Regression, Supervisor Professor Sigauke, Co-Supervisor Dr. Bere. The supervisor will read the citation.
In this thesis titled Solar Power Forecasting Using Gaussian Process Regression, the Gaussian Process Regression Modeling Framework to develop and forecast global horizontal irradiance was used. The process involved selecting a suitable covariance function and implementing Gaussian process regression through co-vector regression. The outcomes of this method outperformed the benchmark models in terms of accuracy. Quantile regression was integrated with the Gaussian process regression to enhance the modeling framework. The results demonstrated superior performance compared to Bayesian structural time series regression. The modeling framework was augmented with spatial temporal regression to incorporate conditions from various weather stations into the modeling process. These remarkable findings bear substantial economic significance, facilitating more effective and efficient power grid management. Improved grid management translates into reduced power outages, thereby delivering economic and societal benefits to the nation. This research makes a valuable contribution to the field of solar power forecasting. Congratulations, Doctor.
Antwi Emmanuel, Doctor of Philosophy in Statistics. The title of the study, Commodity Futures, Market Prices, Decomposition Approach. The supervisor, Professor Chey, co-supervisor, Professor Gyamfi. Another co-supervisor, Professor Gill from the University of Louisville in the USA. The department will read the citation. I was not informed. I will read the citation. In this thesis entitled Commodity Futures Market Prices, Decomposition Approach, 3 Commodities Futures Market Prices, corn, crude oil, and gold using empirical mode decomposition and variational mode decomposition combined with backpropagation neutral network and auto-aggressive integrated moving average to form hybrid models was investigated. He saw that the combined models outperformed the individual BPNN and ARIMA in forecasting corn and crude oil's future prices. And BPNN emerged as the optimal model for predicting gold future price series. Models combined with decomposition methods predicted commodity futures prices accurately. The research contributed to the extant literature on forecasting commodity futures market prices. Congratulations, Doctor. Murubahote Muraro Miriam, Doctor of Philosophy in Zoology. The title of the thesis, Thermal Biology of Two-Spotted Stink Bug, a major pest of macadamia. Professor Ford is the supervisor. The co-supervisor is Dr. E. Joubert from Livubu Center for Excellence. Professor Ford, the supervisor, will read the citation.
The two-spotted stink bug, or more commonly known as Tongolifa, is a major pest on macadamia. In actual fact, it's the most significant pest. It's responsible for around about 400 million rands worth of damage annually. And we knew very little about the two-spotted stink bug until Dr. Molavahote quantified the thermal constant, developmental rates, survival, and fecundity of this species under controlled environmental conditions. As temperature is the most important driver of insect growth, development, and survival, she characterized how thermal tolerance varied between life stages and how plastic these responses are to environmental extremes. Understanding how these outcome parameters respond to different constant temperatures provides the foundation for developing integrated pest management strategies. Finally, she modeled the generation length and fitness response across an elevational gradient, setting the stage for predicting population dynamics and outbreaks across agricultural landscapes and developing area-wide pest management strategies. Congratulations.
Nesane Chimangazo, Doctor of Philosophy in Chemistry. The title of the work, Experimental and Theoretical Studies of the Inhibition Potential of Lipia javanica plant extracts for the corrosion of aluminium, mild steel, and zinc metals in acidic medium. Supervises Professor Elsie Murulana, co-supervises Professor N.E. Madara, and Professor M.M. Kabanda. The supervisor will read the citation. In this thesis, the corrosion inhibition potential of Lipia javanica leaf extracts against aluminium, mild steel, and zinc in 1 molar hydrochloric acid was assessed. Electrochemical impedance spectroscopy, potential dynamic polarization, and gravimetric analysis techniques were used to evaluate the ability of these extracts to inhibit metal corrosion. The formation of the protective film was confirmed using ultraviolet spectroscopy, Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy, and contact angle studies. The study showcased the extract impressive inhibitive properties even at elevated temperatures, particularly for zinc. The research advances eco-friendly corrosion protection by highlighting the effectiveness of plant extracts. Notably, verbascoside, which is a key compound within the extract, was identified as a major contributor to the inhibition capabilities. The outcomes offer valuable insights for academic research and practical corrosion prevention applications. Congratulations. Tlhapi Bafedile Docus, Doctor of Philosophy in Chemistry. The title of the study, Phytochemistry and Biological Studies of Constituents from Bryonodia salicina, Hopper J.R. Wood. The supervisor for the work is Professor I.D.I. Ramaite, co-supervisor Professor T. Van Ree, and Dr. Anokuru from Babcock University in Nigeria. The supervisor will read the citation.
In this thesis, entitled The Phytochemistry and Biological Studies of Constituents from Bryonodia salicina, Dorcas explored the phytochemistry of Bryonodia salicina using metabolomic approach and correlated the phytochemistry to the biological activities for the possible drug development. Ultra-performance liquid chromatography and NMR spectroscopic techniques were used to determine the chemical profiles of compounds found in the extracts. Chromatography was used to isolate compounds from the stem bark, root, and leaf samples, while the chemical variability of different plant parts collected was determined using chemometrics analysis. The study provides information on which part of the plant to collect and which season produces the highest activities. Additionally, this study also provides information on which compounds are responsible for the bioactivity of Bryonodia salicina for the treatment of malaria, diabetes, inflamed wounds, trypanosomiasis, and other diseases. Congratulations.
Lubisi Mfanuzile, welcome, Doctor of Philosophy in Agriculture. The title of the thesis, Effects of Sprouting or Roasting Cowpeas as a Protein Source in Diets for Different Growing Pig Genotypes. Supervisor for the work is Professor F. Fushai. The co-supervisor is Professor J. Baloyi. I'll allow the supervisor to read the citation.
Greetings. In this thesis entitled Effects of Sprouting or Roasting Cowpeas as a Protein Source in Diets for Different Growing Pig Genotypes, the effects of sprouting or roasting cowpeas as a protein source for growing pigs of different genotypes, common in both the small and large-scale sectors, was evaluated. Systematic experiments were conducted which explored the nutritional impacts of different cowpea processing techniques through chemical analysis, in vitro, and in vivo evaluations to provide insights into the interplay between cowpea processing methods, the pig genotype, and the utilization of cowpea-based diets. The investigation confirmed 4-day sprouting and 20-minute roasting as the optimum cowpea processing methods. The research further revealed genotype-specific digestive, metabolic adaptations, which may guide tailored cowpea processing and feeding strategies for the different pig genotypes. The study is a significant contribution to optimizing pig nutrition within increasingly climate and resource-constrained agricultural systems. It has profound implications for sustainable pig nutrition, particularly in economically challenged production settings. Congratulations.
Palane Francina Lebohang, Doctor of Philosophy in Agriculture. The title of the thesis, A Study of the Genetics of Root Nodulation in Pigeon Pea Using Indigenous Rhizobia. Supervisor, Professor Guata, co-supervisor, Professor Mchau, and Professor Hassan from ARC. The supervisor will read the citation.
In this thesis entitled A Study of the Genetics of Root Nodulation in Pigeon Pea Cajanus cajan Using Indigenous Rhizobia, the focus was on isolating indigenous rhizobia from a tropical food legume, pigeon pea, which was inoculated with individual soil samples from diverse locations across South Africa. The isolates were sequenced and characterized for their phylogenetic relationships and subsequently tested for symbiotic efficiency with additional tropical food legumes. The research made original contributions to the field of agriculture by discovering 2 new genera of rhizobia that are efficient in nitrogen fixation with tropical legumes, including pigeon pea, depositing 56 new rhizobial strains in the National Gene Bank and confirming the absence of common nodulation genes in a robust rhizobial strain, hence demonstrating the existence of an alternative pathway for biological nitrogen fixation in some microsymbionts.
Dlamini Daisy Delisile, Doctor of Philosophy in Rural Development. The title of the thesis, Analysis of the Dynamics of Government-Supported Smallholder Baby Vegetable Enterprises for an Integrated High-Value Development Framework. Supervisor for the work is Professor J. Zuaringwe, co-supervisors Professor J. Francis and Professor Mchau. The supervisor will read the citation.
In the thesis entitled Analysis of Dynamics of Government-Supported Smallholder Baby Vegetable Enterprises for an Integrated High-Value Development Framework, the integration of smallholder farmers into Eswati's high-value crop production system for inclusive green growth was developed. A mixed method approach was applied, and the main data analysis method was the stochastic Frandy analysis. It was revealed that the low economic efficiency that characterized the farming system emanated from high labor cost and suboptimal processes. Thus, a 3-pillar framework was designed to address the situation, emphasizing capacity building, improved risk management, and enhancement of financial literacy. The aim of the framework was to bolster smallholder participation, which is essential for rural development through profitable high crop production. Congratulations.
I cannot see her.
Madam Chancellor, it is my honor to introduce to you the following qualification: Honorary Doctorate in Administration. Honorary degree in administration to His Excellency Kgalema Petros Motlanthe. His Excellency, former President Kgalema Petros Motlanthe, often described as refreshingly undogmatic, a lifelong student of history in the pursuit of a just, equitable, and inclusive society, a very measured and dignified activist, and a source of ethical leadership. Mr. Kgalema Motlante's profile outlines the integrity and confidence that the political realm, civil society, labor unions, academia, and the people respect him for as a self-effacing leader that the world has come to know. Mr. Motlante's profile is characterized by his rise as a leader. He was the first chairperson of the African National Congress, most important and powerful Gauteng region in 1990, and at a time when the ANC was re-establishing itself in the country. In 1992, he was elected acting General Secretary of the National Union of Mine Workers, then the most powerful trade union, not only in South Africa, but in African continent, and was formally elected its General Secretary at NUM's 1994 conference. In 1997, Mr. Motlanthe succeeded Cyril Ramaphosa, the current President of the Republic of South Africa, at the ANC's conference in Mafikeng as its Secretary General after its President, Nelson Mandela, Walter Sisulu, and other senior ANC leaders persuaded Mr. Motlanthe to accept that position and for the NUM to release him for the purpose. He was re-elected Secretary General at the 2002 Stellenbosch Conference, a position he held until the ANC's Polokwane Conference in 2007, when he became the ANC Deputy President. In May 2008, he was elected as a Member of Parliament, and in July, he became the Minister in the Presidency. 2 months later, in September 2008, he was elected President by the Parliament of South Africa. In the book by Ephraim Harvey entitled Kgalema Motlanthe, A Political Biography, the following reference is made to the former president's character. It was Gwede Mantashe who said to me that it was a measure of the man that Kgalema could allow a prominent and strong critic of the ANC to write his biography. Kgalema often responded to me with the care and the respect that most other ANC leaders would reserve for their own party's members. Born to a working-class family on the 19th of July, 1949 in Alexandra Township, Johannesburg, South Africa, Mr. Kgalema Motlanthe fought against the injustices of the Nationalist Party system of apartheid-based racial discrimination of the African population. On the 14th of April, 1976, Motlanthe was arrested for furthering the aims of the African National Congress by undergoing military training and being caught in possession of explosives. He was kept in detention for 11 months at John Foster Square Police Station in central Johannesburg. In 1977, he was found guilty on 3 charges under Terrorism Act, which prescribed 5 years minimum sentence per count and sentenced to an effective 10 years imprisonment on Robben Island prison. After his release in 1987, Mr. Motlanthe was tasked with strengthening the trade union movement in the country. To this end, he worked for the National Union Mine Workers as a national coordinator responsible for education and was later elected as its General Secretary. In 1990, when the banning of the ANC and other political organizations was lifted, Mr. Motlanthe was tasked with re-establishing the legal structures of the ANC in the Gauteng province. Mr. Motlanthe served 2 5-year terms as Secretary General of the ANC from December 1997 to December 2007. As Secretary General, he was responsible for the overall operations of the organization and ensuring that all its structures functioned well. Mr. Motlanthe was the Deputy President of the African National Congress during the period 2007 December to December 2012, and was also Minister of the Presidency from July to September 2008, subsequently elected by Parliament as the President of South Africa on the 25th of September 2008, serving until the 9th of May 2009. In May 2009, Mr. Motlanthe presided over general elections and handed over the reins to his successor, President Jacob Zuma. At the end of his term as president, Motlanthe was appointed by President Jacob Zuma to serve as Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, and he served in that position from the 11th of May 2009 until 24th of May 2014. Mr. Motlanthe is a patron of the Kgalema Motlanthe Foundation that was established in 2014 when he left office of government with a mission to contribute to equitable and inclusive growth in South Africa and the African continent by facilitating sustainable access and programs for beneficiaries in dialogue, youth education, community development, and social cohesion. The Kgalema Motlanthe Foundation motto is dialogue among equals. Mr. Motlanthe is actively continuing to serve the development of communities and societies at large, and serves as trustees in the following organizations and foundations, amongst others: the Nelson Mandela Foundation, the Ahmed Kathrada Foundation, the Lily Leaves Museum Trust, the Institute of African Alternatives, and the Brazzaville Foundation. The former president served as a commissioner on the Global Commission on Drug Policy, founding chair of the esteemed in the Southern African Commission of Drugs. The former president was appointed the patron of the following organization: International Jazz Day South Africa, term ended 2021, Federation of International Delafield of International Philatelic Exhibition, the term ended 2022. The former president also served in structures of former heads of state and government in Africa as a champion of an HIV-free Africa. In 2016, he was appointed by Parliament of the Republic of South Africa to head the high-level panel on the assessment of key legislation and the acceleration of fundamental changes. In 2018, the Mayor Fallo Alfredo Salerno, province of Chieti in the Abruzzo region of Italy, conferred to Mr. Motlanthe an honorary citizenship by the municipality of Fallo. The late President Nelson Mandela was granted honorary citizenship of the city of Florence in 1987 and the honorary citizenship of the city of Bologna in 1988. On the 11th of August 2018, former President Kgalema Motlanthe addressed the people of Florence outside the town hall of Florence Palazzo Vecchio with the mayor of the Florence, Dario Nadella, to celebrate the 74th anniversary of the Florence liberation from fascism and Nazism. The former president is an independent director of the Advisory Board in Avua International Mines. Over and above the above-stated institutions and organizations, Mr. Motlanthe served 2 terms as the Chancellor of the University of Venda in South Africa. He recently received an honorary doctorate from Monash University in Australia, and he also accepted the invitation from African National Congress to serve as the chairperson of the board of the O.R. Tambo School of Leadership. Kgalema Motlanthe was nominated by President Emmerson Mnangagwa of Zimbabwe to chair a commission of inquiry to investigate the violence that broke out in Zimbabwe after the 2018 national presidential election. In 2019, he received the symbolic key to the city of Manila, also known as the Freedom of the City. This award bestowed upon the former president served to strengthen international relations. In conjunction with this honor, Mr. Motlanthe was awarded the International Goosey Peace Prize in Manila for his exemplary achievement in the field of statesmanship, political leadership, and service in the African National Congress. Goosey Peace Prize laureates are honored for their work to champion human rights and to maintain governance, democracy, equality, and goodwill. In 2020, Mr. Motlanthe was appointed as a special envoy of the African Union to Ethiopia and was appointed to lead the African Union Election Observer Mission for the Republic of Ghana's national election. In 2021, former President Kgalema Motlanthe led the African Union Election Observation Mission to the Republic of the Gambia for the country's presidential election. In 2021, he was appointed as the chairperson of the ANC Electoral Committee for the 55th ANC National Conference at Nasrec, Johannesburg, which was held on the 16th to the 20th of December 2022. The former president addressed the annual Kgalema Motlanthe Foundation Drakensberg Inclusion Growth Forum on the 21st of October 2022, which was a 3-year assembly of thought leaders and a civil society to stimulate dialogue, develop action plans, and reach consensus in making ways forward in Africa. Embracing the foundation's motto, dialogue among equals, speakers and delegates and guests, and drawn from diverse cross-sectional society, including government, international organization, diplomatic corps from Africa and abroad, business, labor, civil society, academic communities, youth, media, amongst others. In 2023, the former president delivered the keynote address in Dubai, UAE, for the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, a high-level summit with African and Arab leaders from the public and the private sector, members of the United Nations, NGOs, and civil society on the theme, Forging Arab-Africa Partnership for Recovery, Resilience, and Sustainable Development. In 2023, the former president was appointed as a founding chair of the Eastern Southern African Commission of Drugs, a high-level regional advocacy mechanism that aims at bringing to the regional framework an informed, science-based discussion about humane and effective drug policies. Mr. Motlanthe is married to Mrs. Gugu Motlanthe. Madam Chancellor, I present to you the honorary degree recipient, former president and former chancellor of University of Venda, Honorable Kgalema Petrus Motlanthe.
Program Director, Dr. Tagalani Dzaga, Chancellor, Advocate Mujanku Gumbi, Vice Chancellor and Principal, Professor Bernard Ntambeleni, members of council, esteemed members of academia, business leaders, leaders of civil society formations, students and graduates. On this day of great celebration, we offer the full acknowledgement and gratitude to all the faculties, lecturers, mentors, fellow students, families and communities, all who have been instrumental in their contribution to the academic achievement of so many graduates present here today. We take our mortarboard cap off to all of you graduates. The staff and students of an academic institution are tested on innumerable levels that perhaps ordinary members of society might not have to contend with. A dedication, an often tiresome one, if we were to count the many candles burnt into the nights of study against the torment of ongoing load shedding, to a journey of edification that is carried with meaningful purpose for not only the individual student, but that of the student's family, the village, peer group, and dreams. It is my singular honor and privilege to be part of this graduation ceremony, and I express my deepest appreciation for the conferment of honorary degree in the Faculty of Management, Commerce, and Law. I draw inspiration from the immense energy emitted amongst these young graduates, an energy that serves to renew the spark of curiosity and through which we may find guidance. Research has shown that curiosity recruits the reward system in the body, and interactions between the reward system and the hippocampus seem to put the brain in a state in which you are more likely to learn and retain information, even if that information is not of particular interest or importance. So, when we fire up our mind with curiosity, we ignite a motivating response that may encourage us to experience a sensation of joy when learning. As we intensify our curiosity from this premise, one may even purport that it is the question and not the answer that engages us with the appetite and impulse to know more and know better. However, it would be no wiser if we were not to also question the answer and give way to a dismantling of power that knowledge holds in its many guises and disguises. More capable than physical strength, the key to all advancement, knowledge then becomes the determining factor to achieving power. The more you know, the more powerful you may become. For wisdom means so much more than knowledge. It is wisdom which the teacher really has to impart. He cannot give it if he does not possess it himself. And of course, today you all know it's International Day marking and celebrating teachers. The ideal teacher, and can we aim at less than perfections, ought to be in his measure a lover of souls and healer of bodies, as well as an awakener and enlightener of minds. A human being is indivisible, and our education especially has suffered from isolating the intellect which ought to be so intimately and fruitfully united with all the rest of our life, from imparting knowledge instead of inspiring wisdom. Acceptance of this honorary degree also comes with a huge responsibility. The conferring of a degree is not the end, but the beginning of a journey. It places a responsibility on graduates to be worthy of the honor that the university bestows on them and be standard bearers of the ethos and values entrusted to them. Some of you graduates would pursue your studies to postgrad qualifications and PhD level, and others will go into corporate sector to join private enterprises and so on. However, given the weaknesses of management and administration in our state, if we at a conceptual level make the distinction between the state and government on the understanding that efficient administration is an integral part of the state and ought to be permanent. Whereas government serves as the face of the state for a term at a time, because whenever elections happen, the possibilities of a change of government do exist. Therefore, the graduates of the Faculty of Management, Commerce and Law, as well as other faculties, ought to explore possibilities of beefing up public administration and bringing honesty, efficiency, and innovation into that space. Our country is experiencing a polycrisis of weak administrations throughout the 3 tiers of the state, which then give rise to lawlessness and maladministration that serve as fertile ground for corruption. In a word, political stability is a precondition for development and progress. The subtext of my argument, therefore, is that institutions of higher learning bear the responsibility to produce graduates with the necessary will and skill to change current social realities and further expand the faculty of the mind. This is the type of pedagogy that enables people to reimagine a new world, as many of alumni of the University of Venda have and do. With hindsight, we know that tertiary education afforded many visionaries the means to understand the human condition as it manifested itself in South African polity and historical process. We also know that tertiary education serves as a launching pad for personal, intellectual, and political epiphany. In other words, tertiary education sets students off on a journey for personal discovery, and what they discover about themselves creates a scaffold for how they wish to mold the world in which they exist. In the words of Moses Kotane, and I quote, "Education can be and has been used to befuddle the minds of common people, but education can also be used as an important instrument in the struggle for freedom and human progress. Our teachers must bring home to the students the fact that when the social system fails to provide peace and happiness to the majority of its citizens, that system is no more good and must therefore be changed," close quote. A university is not a world apart, but an essential member of the living organism of education. And if we drop this semi-utilitarian argument and turn to examine what the university really is and what it should do, no man who has the interests of the people at heart can oppose university education. Similarly, The school must be a great community center. Music, drama, cinema, libraries, agricultural and handicraft extension work, and many other things must radiate from it into every home, and the school building ought to be a community hall in constant use. That art and its values should be appreciated and artistic creation encouraged is certainly urgently necessary in public schools. Because in our country, music is taught only in private schools. And those learners who go to private schools get to learn to play at least one instrument. Because music is about practice. Mathematics is about practice. And the fact that the public schools in the townships and villages are denied this is itself a contributory factor towards the pecking order in society. In the concrete life of students across the board, education has the potential to be a liberating force that equips one with the intellectual apparatus to transform human consciousness qualitatively from the impulse to dominate to the ideal of common humanity capacious enough to embrace the marginalized and vulnerable section of society. In post-apartheid South Africa, education should seek to enable ordinary people to appreciate the nature and context of our current challenges. It should produce critical beings measuring up to the key imperatives of the time. Effectively, education should retain its moral and political vision and practices necessary to sustain a vibrant democracy as well as an engaged notion of social agency. The realm of knowledge is the crucible that molds the self-understanding of a nation. That is the reason why the domain of ideas must be encouraged within the experience of the dopamine-rich, curious, lifelong learner. For it is when we align ourselves with that which we most appreciate, the joy of life, that we set free the wings of education for all. We are becoming increasingly aware of the revolutionary technologies of ChatGPT and artificial intelligence and its implications on education. It is the young minds of the world that will have to grapple with the use or misuse of innovation and high tech. The United Nations global perspective on this matter is that since the launch of ChatGPT in November 2022, artificial intelligence has been dominating headlines, sparking excitement, but also concern over the pace at which the technology is developing and driving misinformation. The UN Secretary General's envoy on technology, Amandeep Gill, is busy working on a global digital compact to be adopted at the UN Summit of the Future in 2024, a once-in-a-generation opportunity for leaders to agree on common principles for addressing tech challenges. Young graduates, you are the leaders of today, as it is your generation that must take the torch forward and apply what you have absorbed in your studies and learned in the University of Life to reconcile the great potential with the great foe of this future tech that has arrived today. As the saying goes, You must always remember that the future is history waiting to happen unless something else happens. Something else is what you do or what is done to you. For individuals, write their own history through their conscious actions and choices they make in their daily existence. Once again, a word of commendation to the graduates and thanks are in order to all the faculties, lecturers, mentors, fellow students, families, and communities. A special thank you goes to my wife, Ms. Gugu Mutlante, who is the inspiration and driver of all the work I do. In fact, at our home, we have a board on the wall which states that, of course, women do not work as hard as men. They get it right the first time. Once again, thank you all for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You got your more. So let me start by saying, reminding the graduates, the ones on the floor, that the name of our honoree today is Kgalema. I will call Dr. Kgalema Motlanthe. But the word Kgalema means to reprimand. And I don't want him to reprimand us today. So let us be at our best behavior. He belongs to the generation, in honoring him, I want to tell you, this man belongs to a generation that taught us that for you to be a leader, you have to know how to lead yourself first. You can't lead others unless you can lead yourself. Dr. Motlanthe, thank you very much for honoring us with your presence today. You've heard his citation, which was read here. But let me just add to that to say we are particularly proud to be associated with a man who, despite his personal reluctance, stepped in to steady the country when our young democracy hit its first turbulence. And that steady hand that he gave us has managed to bring us to where we are now. He's also a man who, when he was offered a position much later, after studying the country, felt that it is necessary to make a statement that when something is wrong, we need to call it out and say, that is wrong, and I'm not going to be party to that. We really are honored to be associated with you, Doc. And thank you for honoring us with your presence. You know, it's hot today. But you know, when you think about it, it's hotter inside here because of what we have witnessed today. We have witnessed, sitting amongst us, solutions that this country is crying out for. You are the solution that this country is crying out for. In your language, you say you are what we have been waiting for. Every time we come to graduation, I wonder why we continue to have problems when we have the solutions sitting right inside this hall. You've heard what this university has produced, from using machine learning to solve climate change issues, to looking at why children struggle with studies, to looking at the intervention of social work in schools, to looking at statistics to solve problems, to looking at black tax, everything that this country is facing, any challenge that this country is facing, the solution is in this house. So I want to say to you, graduating class of 2023, that when you go out there, in May when I was here, that time Dr. Motlanthe, we drew inspiration from young people's songs. And one of the songs that we drew inspiration from in May is sung by a young South African called Thandiswa Mazwai, and it's called Uzalwa Ngobani. Whose child are you? And we said in May to the graduating class that when you step out of here, all of you, our doctors, our newly minted doctors here, do not give us a reason to ask, whose child are you? Do not give us a reason to ask, whose child are you? You must give us a reason to smile and say, those are the graduates from the University of Venda. They are out there solving problems, not only of the region, the country, but of the world. My message for today, very short one, is that when these problems of the country, of our continent weigh heavily on you, sometimes you walk into this university, and I will borrow the words of Gabriel Marquez. Gabriel Marquez is a Colombian Nobel laureate. He's an author from South America and Colombia. I encourage you to read his book. He's got a way with prose, the way he writes. And you come here and he talks about feeling the abyss of disenchantment. You just feel weighed by this abyss of disenchantment. But you come in here and that is lifted from you, and you know what is possible. When you watch all of you walk up the stage, you know what is possible. And my final words about knowing what is possible today is to draw inspiration from a young African-American poet. Her name is Amanda Gorman. She read this poem at the inauguration of the American president, the last one, Biden. And amongst others, this poem says that, for there is always light. There is always light, if only we are brave enough to see it. And if only we are brave enough to be it. So even though you come with all the challenges that you went through, this abyss of disenchantment that Marquez talks about, remember that there is always light. But the light will be there if only you are brave enough to see it, and if only you are brave enough to be it. Be the light. Congratulations, well done. Congratulations to the parents and guardians. Congratulations to the staff. We are going to be the light. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chancellor of the University of Venda, Advocate Mujangu Gumbi. Chancellor, there's no doubt that we are all excited about the achievements, and let me also echo the sentiments of the Vice Chancellor when he said that this is indeed a great day in the calendar of the University of Venda, where we are celebrating our graduates. So as we conclude our proceedings, we would like to invite all our PhD graduates to join the academic procession in front of the Life Sciences building for a group picture. And I should also indicate that we have made arrangements for all our VIP guests to go and take pictures in the Life Sciences building. So there are photo booths, so we invite all other VIPs to go to the Life Sciences building. So the University Chancellor will dissolve this congregation. And after dissolution of the congregation, the University Choir will lead us in the singing of the national anthem. So when the national anthem is being sung, we should all rise, and all men should remove their caps or hats. And after dissolution of the congregation, we should remain standing until such time the last person in the procession has left the auditorium. Thank you so much.
By virtue of the authority entrusted to me, I dissolve this congregation of the University of Venda.
Juvenes cum sumus, gautiamus Thank you.